There's a timer. Let me turn up the music. Y'all. Oh shoot, no music? What? Wait, hang on. I paused the music because of the ads and then it was on again. Did you not hear any music at all? So hang on. Morning, James. It's really low. Hang on, let me turn it up. You didn't hear this. All right. I don't know why it's not coming through then. Hang on, let me see something. Let me play with the properties for a second. Oh, I know what I did. Hang on one second. Um, Hang on. One second. Can you hear that now? Okay, I figured out what I did wrong. All right. So that whole time you weren't hearing the cool music. Hang on. Pause. There we go. All right. So that whole time you weren't hearing the cool music. Damn it. Yeah, I had put the volume up so that because I wasn't sure if the volume was too low. So I lowered it for when we get started. Here, let me there we go. How's that? Yes, you can. Dalen, hello and welcome in. Hello, hello, hello. Yeah, you can always do that with my stuff. I don't know how to do that. I mean, I'd figure it out. But so we also have this little dragon thing. So let me tell you about the dragon. So I'm trying to set up the Spotify. I found some royalty-free music that I'm not going to get sued or get a blacklist mark from Twitch about copyright or whatever. And so I'm like trying to figure out how to get it set up, which I clearly did it wrong. Although I actually did it right, I just didn't realize that what I did was right. And I deleted the thing that I did because I was like, oh, I don't need this extra thing. But then apparently I did. So, anyway, so I'm looking for it. So I have to go, I go into my, Streamlabs, the little plugin section to see if there's one directly for Spotify. I ultimately found three, well, two, but both of them, no, that was a different thing. Anyway, it doesn't matter. So I go in to look for the plugin for the Spotify or whatever I was looking for. And and you know how when you go, you go into a section of, you're like a shop or whatever, and they always have like featured at the top. This little dragon thing was featured. And so I don't know how y'all work it. Like, I don't know how you use it. I don't know what to do with it, but I just thought he was cute. So there he is floating with us in the train. All right. Let's see. I was more asking about the mechanics, though I should have been asking permission first. Bad me. No, it's okay. I don't know how to do it. Like, I mean, I would figure it out if I were sitting in the Discord and doing it, um, but I don't know how to do it. So I cannot give you any assistance in that regard. And I'm not going to sit there and try to figure it out. But if you want to try to figure it out, please feel free. If you need additional permissions in the Discord, let me know. Um, so if you find that you need like permissions in the Discord itself, let me know and I will see what I can do. Um, James says, I think you just put it on your screen, then share your screen. All right. James to the rescue. Thank you, my friend. So, how's everybody doing today? Y'all, I haven't even been out of bed an hour. I've been out of bed 1 hour maybe. As you can see, I was having a rough hair day, so I just put my hair up. Although this side kind of still poofs out because it's not quite long enough to go up. So, it's a thing. And it was so bright. I'm not used to being on screen this early. So, I always have my blind partially open, but it was super bright earlier. So I'm going to keep it closed for a little while longer. Um, so yeah, let's see. Dalen says, yes, indeed. I'll just stay in the Discord chat and direct people here as they arrive for the usual Saturday sprints. Awesome. Awesome. Yeah, I saw you were in there and I was like, is he come hang out with us? So yeah, I saw you were in there when I was posting. Um, so yeah. Did y'all have a good Friday night? What'd y'all do? Did y'all do anything fun? I know Izzy posted, I don't think she's here yet, but Izzy posted in the Discord that she went and saw what's his face? Hans Zimmer. And that sounds like that was cool. Well, you finally slept, David. Hear that. Sleep is important. It is important. So, okay, because we're not using pretzel rocks, what I did is I tried to go find a bunch of different royalty free stuff. Although I did notice that people make royalty free playlists. So I'm glad I went in and looked. So there was this royalty free playlist that was supposed to be like scary, like horror kind of, stuff. And I went in and I looked at the list, and the first two were music from the movie Halloween. I'm like, dude, you do not understand what royalty free means because those are not royalty free. So, yeah, so I did try to find ones that seemed to really understand what royalty free was. I really like the channel or what I don't know what they call it on Spotify that does the one I was playing. So this is called this playlist is their epic playlist. You can see like the white up in the like up right there. Um the white kind of cloud thing, but they've got a bunch of them that are I really like. They're very kind of moody and some of them are dark sounding. But I really, really like their stuff. Um, James ran new lines into the electrical panel. Well, you are just full of skills, my friend. Um, Anita watched the multiverse panel on Going Now last night. Fun discussion. I completely forgot about it until 8:30 or until like half an hour after it was over. Because wasn't it? I don't remember what time it was at, but like I remember looking and going, "Oh, I missed it," and I do that all the time. I don't know why. There's someone on Spotify called M4S that has all copyright free. Okay, cool. I'm gonna write that down and then I'll look later. But I did find a bunch. Let me do this in a different color. M4S, music for stream. Ha! I got it. Um, royalty free. Okay. I did find several that had different kinds, like I found different kinds of music. So we've got like lo-fi and we've got like rock and alternative and EDM. I just left out stuff I don't like. Like I don't have any country in there. I don't have any hip hop, although I'd probably be okay doing hip hop. I like the music. I don't always like the lyrics. But yeah. So Liz, welcome in. Oh, you just got back from CrossFit. You've had a very good morning. um Sophia says their own music, not playlists. Good. And that's what this one is. I think it seems like it's like a music publishing thing, but I think it's the same people. I don't know, but I didn't look that deeply. The one I was currently playing. So so welcome in, Liz. Glad you could join us. Huzzah! Glad to see you here. James says, just a lot of boldness and an internet connection. Right. I have YouTube videos and a screwdriver. I'm good. Good morning, Cricket Moon. Glad you could join us. Hello, hello, hello. Welcome in. Welcome in. So glad to have you here. Yeah, so we're buckling down to get the 6 hour stream started here in a couple minutes. I mean, we're obviously already starting, but it's going to be a little less, it's going to be a little more chill than the usual, because usually the streams are 20 minutes, small little chatty break, 20 minutes, 5 minute break, 20 minutes. We're going to be a little bit more herky jerky, chilled out. I don't know why that would be herky jerky. It wouldn't be herky jerky. It would be, I don't know what it would be. you can see my brain has not as yet kicked in. I'm halfway through my cup of coffee. So, Eeyore today, y'all. Eeyore. So, and nobody, I don't think anybody really commented, or I actually didn't double check. Did anybody comment on stuff too? Oh yeah. Um, brainstorming, Alan so those of you who came in from Discord or whatever, in the Facebook group, I asked, besides Sprint, what sorts of things should we do on the stream? And I only really got one suggestion, which I thought was really good. Alan Mason did it, suggested it. He said maybe during one of the longer built-in breaks, some brainstorming with the group on ideas and stuff. And I think that's a really good idea. So we can do that at some point. I can show you the dumb games I've been playing. I don't play interesting for viewers to watch games. I play dumb games I don't have to put a lot of effort into if I don't want to. Or if I forget about it for a month, it's going to be fine. Those are the kind of games I play. So, we can do that. I even set up my live scene. I don't know if it'll look right. Look, look, I do have to fix the camera because it doesn't matter, but I do have to fix the camera. So, I even like set it up if we decide to do that and all the things. So, Dalen says, I'm doing a prolonged chapter because I need to get back into my voice and writing post-con overload. I understand that entirely. For real, for real. Although I am kind of itching to go back to writing right now, but I really, really, really have to finish a bunch of multiverse stuff. Every time I feel like I've got a handle on it, I have to add 3 more things to my list. And those 3 things usually have 2 or 3 subtasks each. So yeah, so I'm still working on all that, but I do have a great big list that I've done. I did some stuff on the list yesterday. I didn't cross them off. Sorry, just checking out who's in my driveway. I need to go back in and cross them off. And then, yeah, so I've got a bunch of stuff to do today. Okay, see, I'm going to be doing this. Y'all know already. I do this at like 1 in the afternoon. So y'all know I'm going to be doing this for the next couple hours. Okay. Let's see. Oh, prologue, not prologue. I thought you meant you were just going to keep writing the chapter. You were just going to keep going. That's hilarious. All right. Sophia says, I'm reading some fanfic and then editing. Excellent. Liz needs to contact 2 artists for potential commissions and then review some edits they got on their first chapter. Excellent. Anita has so much work today, working on formatting and cover work for an author friend, editing, and need to work on interview questions. Excellent. Awesome, awesome. It sounds like you have a very long list. I have faith in you though, because you put in the work, so I have faith. Cricket says, I am revising my outline, making sure the scenes make sense. That's excellent. That is so important. Then hopefully jumping into writing by the end of this. James is rocking a migraine this. Okay, I'll talk softer. Is rocking a migraine this morning, so trying to get food on board and meds. Good, good. Have you guys tried? So I am lucky and I do not suffer from migraines. I don't get headaches very often either, so I'm super lucky. And if I do get a headache, 1 Tylenol will usually knock it out. Not always, but almost always. So I have so much empathy for y'all who struggle with migraines. But I've seen in the last couple months things that are like putting like a cool cap or a pressure cap or something, different things like that on people's heads. Has anybody tried those? Like I've seen some that are like essentially like freezer packs in skull shape. And then I've seen other ones that are more like kind of like spandex. I don't know if it's spandex, but it's like an elasticy material and you put it on. And I don't know if those kind of things work. So, are those anything anybody's ever tried? Odewan Shinobi. Okay. I saw you when you followed, and I was like, okay, that's a good one. I'm starting an outline for a new story. I was inspired to write at Dragon Con. Yay! We love that. What other, is there another name I can call you besides that, or do you want me to call you your handle? Like, just let me know. James says, I have one for cold and one for hot and love them both depending on what I need. Excellent. Good. It's good to know that those work. So, what, if you don't mind sharing, like, how do you know which one you need? Like, is there some different feeling to the migraines or headaches or whatever that you get? I'm just curious, and you don't have to answer, obviously. Um, but I do have friends who suffer from migraines, and if I can point them in a direction that might help them, I would love to do that. Um, Dalen says a good half of the migraines that come into the urgent care are caused by dehydration. Dr. Mike on TikTok. Well, I mean, I feel like there are probably a lot of things in our health lives that at least dehydration at least contributes to for sure. Um, oh, Jack. Hello, Jack. Come in, friend. James says hot is for pain in the sinus areas, cold is better for the ones that wrap around my whole head. That is excellent to know. Thank you for sharing. Thank you for sharing. Um, so like I said, I'm gonna work I figure we start with sprints and then we'll just kind of chill out. And also if y'all want to do like an ask me anything, y'all want have questions about whatever, I don't know, whatever. Um, I'm happy to do that because this is gonna be a long ride. Because y'all know, usually at the end of about 3 hours, but almost always by the end of 4 hours, I'm just like, okay, I'm ready to be off camera. I'm done. I'm done. I'm done. So 6 hours, I mean, y'all don't realize, but 6 hours is a thing. So, and also if you're a streamer and you want to like try to collab or whatever, I also have a collab cam set up. Let me see if I can see. I don't know how to do it. See, like there's a little space right there in the top right for another camera, but I don't know how to do that, so we would have to learn. All right. Sophia says there's a place in your ear you can pierce and get fewer migraines. My brother has one. He used to get horrible migraines, and these days they happen very rarely. That's really interesting to know. Oh wow. Dalen said, a guillotine is for those that just won't go away. Yes. Also the rich. Guillotines are also for the rich. Um, that is based on Chinese medicine theory. When it does work, it rarely works long term. The piercing? Like, do you mean piercing or do you mean like acupuncture kind of thing? Or is it an actual piercing? I got the impression it's an actually actual piercing. Sparkling hot emoji. Thank you so much, Jack. You're awesome. You're awesome, awesome, awesome. Um, the guillotine or the pin? Oh, the guillotine is for sure for the rich. Sophia says, AMA question. As an editor, what do you think is the most common mistakes? That's a hard one because it depends on whether you're talking story level. So very often I'll go with story level. Um, what I see most is probably not enough either not enough or too much conflict, or not too much conflict, but too much unimportant conflict. Does that make sense? Like if like the bit, like having like throwing in a bunch, like a million little conflicts that don't actually have anything to do with the plot or really even the character arc, right? I think it on a big, a high level, that's probably the one I see the most often, either not enough conflict because the author doesn't want to hurt their babies, or and that's something that I sometimes am guilty of as well, is that one. Um and then also having like being like, oh, I'm supposed to add conflict and just like tossing stuff in that doesn't actually do anything for the story itself. So that's probably what I see most often on a story structure level. Um, Piercing is based on a particular kind of acupuncture that I'm not going to try to pronounce. Sophia says, yeah, my brother has an actual piercing. It's not like acupuncture. Izzy's here. I was just mentioning how you went to the concert yesterday because I asked folks what they did last night. And I mentioned that, when you came in, you could tell us about the concert. There's Autumn. Hello, Autumn. Welcome in, welcome in. If y'all don't know, Autumn is going to be streaming on weekends. So they did one last night, but they'll typically be doing 3 to 5 on Friday afternoons and also Sunday afternoons. And then from, I think, 8 to 11 in the evening on Saturday, I believe. But it's on the calendar. So, James, you can update your post about what's going on in the upcoming week. Um, so yeah, Izzy says, my migraines have reduced, but I've noticed them coming back again 2 years later. Yeah. The concert was amazing. What was your favorite part? Dalen says, what the most common grammatical error you see out of these three? Spelling errors, comma misuse, wrong word usage. Not so much spelling errors because most folks have gotten to where they use spell check. I'll often see homophobe homophone errors, like there and there or whatever. Not necessarily those, but just things that aren't common homophones, right? Not things that we see, so it'll be like, oh, I don't know. I can't even think of anything off the cuff. But yeah, okay. So that comma misuse, I see that a lot. Not a ton, but some. Usually just like little things, like I'm a big fan of the Oxford comma, but also like commas after like so at the beginning of a sentence or whatever. But not a ton of that either. Wrong word usage. That is the usually the spelling error that I do. And but so some of the more common ones I don't see comma misuse as much as I see like M dash and semicolon misuse. Those are the ones I actually see more. And the M dash misuse is usually when it has to do with breaking into dialogue with um with action. And what most people don't realize is that the M dash goes on the outsides of the um, quotation marks. It goes with the action. Um, and so there was another one I thought of. Oh, and this could be wrong word usage, but not really. People not capitalizing trademark names because they don't realize they're trademark names. And the biggest one is dumpster. Dumpster is a trademark name. Oh, we got ads. I meant to snooze them, but I missed the timer. Um, so dumpster is actually it should be capitalized because it is a trademarked name. Um, so yeah, so that's probably those are the most common. James says, Comments and I have been mortal enemies for years. No, you're not mortal enemies. You're not mortal enemies. You're just you just have a difference of opinion. That's all. English uses too many commas. Should have is a big one. Oh yeah, should have. It's should have. Yeah, but it works if it's in dialogue. Like I'll forgive them. Like there's a whole bunch of misuse that is forgivable in dialogue because people do not speak with correct English. They just don't. We don't. None of us do. So yeah. So like dialogue is almost always an exception with just a few things that I would argue with, but almost always that's an exception. Izzy talking about the concert. They combined the music out of the whole Lion King movie into one really long piece, and it was stunning because they brought in singers and a choir from African countries. It was stunning. I was in the airport one time when the cast of The Lion King were traveling, and I was in the airport when they were singing. It was amazing. Their voices were just so gorgeous. Ah, hearing Interstellar in person though was mind blowing too. I can imagine. I can imagine. Yes to M dash and semicolon misuse. So much of that. Yeah, I don't like semicolons in fiction anyway. Period. I do not allow them in dialogue ever because we do not speak in semicolons. We speak in periods. And I will fight to my dying day because literally no one has been able to speak a semicolon to me. I'm like, okay, say something that includes a semicolon in it. Now say it if it had a period. It is exactly the same. When the sound is the same, use a thing that doesn't catch the reader's attention and pull them out of the story to see what's on the page. Okay, enough of that. Unless y'all get into it in the chat and then I'll continue to argue. All right. James says, I feel semicolon misuse is the fault of programmers in an amusing way. It's really not. It's people who really like to use weird grammatical stuff. See, the thing about semicolons, see, I'm doing it anyway. The thing about semicolons is they are meant to connect two independent sentences that are very close in, like they're related to each other, right? And you don't, and but the problem is they are not used commonly in regular written language. Like if you're chatting with somebody, you're not using semicolons. You might be using ellipses instead of a period. But like you're rarely using semicolons unless you're making a winky smiley face. Um, and so we don't see it that often. So visually, we notice it. We notice it. So what you're doing when you're using it in fiction is you're giving something for the reader to notice that is physically on the page, which means they're no longer up here in their head with your story. They're on the page looking at your words. And that is why I do not believe semicolons have a place. They very rarely have a place in fiction. They're a they're a punctuation that was created primarily for nonfiction, at least in the modern sense. You know, obviously, in the past, there have been different expectations for readers, right? Like I'm currently rereading The Count of Monte Cristo, and as I'm reading, I'm like, oh, I do not. The writing style does not resonate with me, you know, as a modern reader. And that's okay because the story is fabulous. So like, yeah, so anyway, okay, that's my argument about semicolons. All right, I feel cost versus benefit the code due to code monkeys. The cost versus benefit the code monkeys do to our world is the hardest calculation in modern mathematics. Izzy says, I've seen the German Lion King musical in Germany, one of my favorite memories. Oh, I love that. Definitely want to see that again. Unless you want the reader to be reminded that they're reading a story. Yes, but there are better ways to do that too, right? There are better ways to do that. I mean, honestly, like I'm not gonna never read an author if they use semicolons, but I am gonna give them side eye. Um, James says that in the most popular current programming language requires semicolons at the end of lines. I think either the nerds just want them everywhere, or they didn't want to fight the programming language. Although I'm going to kind of say, I don't think the majority of writers who use that are coders. So I really don't think that that is part of it. I'm just saying. It could be. I don't know. Semicolon is a gesture, not a sound. When someone begins to listen out things with a so we agreed. Welcome everybody. Hello, hello, hello. My bot is not working. Writers. There we go. Okay. Um Welcome in, Violet's Magic Quill. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for raiding and bringing your community here. How was your stream? Who are you? What do you write? What do you do? Tell me all the things. I mean, you don't have to. I'm not your mom. You ain't got to listen to me. I'm Vanessa. We are actually just started. We haven't even done anything yet. I am doing this is a special 6-hour stream that was a community challenge. So we're just kind of chattering right now, talking about writing and semicolons and how they don't belong in fiction ever. So that's me. So it was good. We did some journaling sprints, writing with the moon. I love that. That is awesome. Yay, yay. Um, so feel free to stay. Oh, yay. So thank you so much for the follow. Feel free to stay, hang out, relax. If you need to go, understand, take care of yourself, do what you need to do. But thank you so much. Let me do it. Oh, I made a new shout out button. So let me see if that's going to work. Oh, hello. Oh, it gives me a whole big list of, oh, that's kind of cool. Hang on, let me find you on the list. This would take way too long. I cannot imagine. There you are. Let me see if that worked. Huh, it worked, but that would take way too long. It's way easier for me to just type it. So I have this Stream Deck, which is all these little buttons and you can program them. So while I was doing the Spotify stuff yesterday, I installed something and I was like, oh, they have a shout out thing. And then what it does is like it takes you to another screen that has every like a button for everybody who's in the chat. But could you imagine? I mean, 11 of y'all out there. Could you imagine if there were like 30 people? I'd just be like, yeah, I'm not going to look through all. It's like, it's hard. So anyway, thank you so much. And actually, I am going to go ahead and give you a little follow right here so that I can see the next time you're on and maybe we can meet up again. Always like to meet new writers. Awesome. So again, if you want to stay, please, you are welcome to stay. If you need to go, understand completely. But thank you again so much. Yay. I love that little girl with her flag. All right, let me scroll back up. Thank you so much for the follow, Sanctus. Appreciate you. Um, so let me scroll up because we were in the middle of talking about semicolons. Um, okay, so what I was reading was Dalen said semicolon is a gesture, not a sound. When someone begins to listen out things with a verbal and gestures transition, they put out their fingers and start counting down the list. That's the semicolon. I did not understand that at all, Dalen. I really didn't. I'm so sorry. Izzy said, thank you for putting that into words. I wouldn't have been able to explain it that way. Yeah, talking about the thing is, like, when you put something on paper, it has to translate to what you're putting it in. And we don't speak in semicolons, we speak in periods. So I never allow, I mean, obviously, indie authors are going to do what they're going to do. They don't have to take my advice when they engage my services, but um but like I always argue very hard about not using semicolons in dialogue. Danielle says, I'm not sure if you saw I am here in the state that cannot be named. Hello, Danielle. It's so terrible. Or if you already said something, I didn't hear you. I did not. Everything was going fast. But welcome in, Danielle. Thank you for joining us today. Jack says, I love interrobangs and we all and will always use them if given the choice. You don't ever want me as your editor because I will take that shit right out. I mean, obviously, again, as an indie author, you can do what you want, but I will always advise that be taken out. Izzy says, but I love The Count of Monte Cristo, have reread it multiple times, usually on audio though. I used to read it every year when I was younger. Like when I was in my 20s, I would read it about every year, every 18 months. I haven't read it in well over a decade though. So that's why I was like, oh, let me do that. James says, but grammar checkers try to throw them in all over the place. That's because grammar checkers usually check in, like they're using nonfiction and like essay writing and things like that as their check. That's where I was coming from. Yeah. And that's why like it's really important if you're using assisted editing like that, like if you're using Pro Writing Aid or Grammarly or any of those, you have to make sure that you set them for creative writing. And even then they'll still try to give you semicolons, but I'm just telling you it's not worth it. Um yeah, we've done a side quest for the past 40 minutes. I mean, we've only been live for 35, so I'm just saying. Um okay, so that's all the welcoming. And then Liz says you got one of my art I got one of my art commission inquiry emails said, look, you got work done and we weren't even sprinting yet. Yes, awesome. Dalen says, yeah, my typos went bad there. I was saying when a person gestures to show they are listing out something in a conversation, like holding up their fingers to count down, that's the equivalent of a semicolon in conversation. It's gestural, not verbal, which doesn't translate to page. Yeah, and really the only time in non-dialogue that I can see an argument for semicolons is if you're doing a list like that, but the list is phrases, right? And or like long pieces. Then or and they have long pieces and have commas within the things like you're listing a group of things that already has commas and there's another group of things that already has commas. Then I can see using a semicolon, but only because it's just a different piece. It's a different punctuation just to differentiate visually. You don't really have a lot of choice. Otherwise, your list looks very confused because the commas don't give you an indication of when the first thing ends and the second thing starts if both of those things also have commas in them. I hope that made sense. It made sense in my head. Sometimes that shit does not survive the travel out my mouth. So, all right, but I feel like we should probably get started. Izzy says, agreed. Otherwise, it feels like they're gesturing for a colon at the start and then just gesturing for the list itself. You'd hate the use of literal coding language as the chance to cast spells in some lit RPG books. I would not, because that's the point, though. Lit RPG is an entirely different animal because it breaks down the fourth wall anyway, right? Because you have to do things that are behind the scenes in a regular story, if that makes sense. So yeah, but like it would be fine because it's the like if coding language has a semicolon, that's the point, right? That's part of the point. So I think lit RPG is very different. That's part of why I don't edit lit RPG, because I am not familiar enough with the genre because I don't read it at all. Um, so I would not be a good editor for anybody writing lit RPG, because I would just be like, none of this makes sense to me. You should do this differently. And they'd be like, no, that's what it's supposed to be. I'd be like, oh. So yeah, I just don't take those. Um, Breaks it and beats it with a baseball bat and some works. And that's fine. Like I cheer that. Like if that but that's part of the point, right? That's part of the point of the genre. So yeah. Anyway, it's I hear you. Yeah, I know. You're starving to death. You've only been fed 3 times today. Yeah, I know. Anyway, that's Isabel come to beg for her right before stream, because normally right now is when I'm getting ready for a stream, and this is usually when I give her food on Wednesdays and Thursdays when we're streaming. So, all right, but let's go ahead and get into it. Oh, she's Isabel, and so I usually spell her name probably the same way you do, Izzy. I know, but are you the same Izzy on the Zooms? Because on the Zooms it's ISI. If you're the same, Dalen says cat equals fat cat, but she's not. She's actually skin and bones mostly because she has kidney disease, and which is why I feed her all the time, and it's wet food, because I know she gets liquid from that, and we're trying to put weight on her, but she can't keep weight on. She's kind of in, I think, the later stages of it, but she will not. She won't. She was feral for the first 15 years of her life. I mean, she lived in our backyard and we fed her her whole life, but she was absolutely a feral cat. And when she got really old, she can't really protect herself outside anymore. So we brought her in, but she will not tolerate, like, she lets me pet her. She doesn't let me pick her up. Like, I can pick her up, but like she doesn't. She won't stay on my lap. She'll tolerate being on my lap and letting me pet her for maybe a minute, maybe, um, and then she's down. She's not a social cat in that way. So yeah. So she's not fat. She's actually skinny. She's just a little she's just a little frail old lady. Um your pet sounds like my cat. Tuxedo is basically a hobbit demanding 7 meals a day. She gets more than 7. She does. Because in my thinking, she's an old lady. If she wants to eat, I'm gonna feed her. If she wants to eat all day long, every minute of every day, I will give her food. Um So Jane says, man, maybe I do need to write lit RPG. There you go. Izzy says old spelling, then that I didn't realize is still there. That's how they spell it in Germany. That's cool. I like it. Yes, she is an Isabel. She is an Isabel, but spelled without the last L and E. It's just Isabel with with the one L. So yes, you have a namesake here in my home. All right, but let's get into it. We'll do 20-minute sprints. Let me close that up. All right. Super weird that it didn't undo my desktop audio. Okay. No, we have not started writing. We are about to start writing. So good coming back, Autumn. All right, y'all. Shall we get into it? So, for those who are new to the stream, we don't usually play music during the sprints unless somebody purchases them with plot bunnies, and we've got kind of a new music system thing going on. So yeah, so it's usually quiet unless somebody does that, and then I usually still try to keep the sound a little bit low. And then we'll do 20 minutes, and then we'll see how everybody did. I'm actually going to go off camera for the first couple of minutes because I, as usual, haven't eaten yet, so I need to go get something to eat because now I'm hungry. So let's get into it. And after this sprint, we'll go ahead and try to lure another spirit to our train. All right, y'all, ready? Let's go. All right, y'all. That is the first sprint. How did you do? I fed my belly. I fed my belly, and my belly is happy. Um, so yeah, I also made a second cup of coffee, and y'all know I don't usually do 2 cups of coffee. Oh, we got level 1. Oh, there's no sound. What? There it is. Oh, it doesn't do anything else. Awesome. Woo! Cricket. Look, we have another unicorn. Yay. Izzy did terrible. No, you didn't. What did you do? What did you do? Let's see. Liz sent her second email. Good job. Good job, my friend. Dalen got 483 whorfs. You have whorfs. You have 483 whorfs. I love your typos, Dalen. They make my heart so happy. Um, let's see. Autumn got only 99 words, and she just wanted to say only because she knows I'm going to tell her, no, there is no only here. You have 99 more words than you had 20 minutes ago. Great job. Um, JBT, again, no only. You got 296 words. You have almost 300 more words than you had just 20 minutes ago. You did great. You did great. Izzy edited 1 paragraph. My eyes are bothering me. Yeah, I'm sorry about that. I know that's rough. I've started to have to wear glasses when I'm at the computer, and what they didn't tell me when I got them, I've never worn glasses in my younger years, and what they didn't tell me when I started wearing them was that it would actually make my eyesight worse. So because now my eyes can rest when I have them on, which means they don't want to work when I'm out in a restaurant trying to read a menu. They don't want to work. So yeah, I understand the eyes bothering part. I hope you're able to find a doctor on your insurance. Um, Anita said formatting frustration has commenced and I'm not even past the front matter. I'm sorry, friend. Yeah, that's a struggle for sure. For sure. Captain, they are trying to hail us. How many wharfs did the rest of you get? James said, I got meds and food and fluids on board, have been getting Stella loves. I love that for you. And good job with the self care. Excellent. Yes, I also got food and fluids, and I did already take my morning meds, which are the important ones, but I've got a big old stack of pills to take. So I have all these vitamins and things like that. But then I also have these 2 little biotin things they taste good and they're the kind you let melt on your tongue and they taste good. And I found that I haven't been taking my afternoon vitamins um very well for the last week or 10 days, really since I got back from DragonCon. But I'll always do the biotin because it tastes good. And I don't know what it is. They just like sit there right next to my cup going, hey, don't forget about me. And it's not even that I forget about them, it's that I ignore them. So I've decided today I cannot have the biotin until I take the others. Y'all, executive function is a struggle today. All right. Cricket Moon says no word count, but more drama into my outline. That counts. That's absolutely productive. Great job. Amelia says started laundry, making lunch, and starting up the computer. Oh, meds. Yeah, need to do that. Yes, you do, friend. Izzy says, I have strabismus issues. I don't know what that is. That have been getting worse since my pregnancy. If they can't help me with it, I won't be able to drive anymore soon. It's scary. Oh my God. Yeah. I hope that they can help you. I do. I really, really do. Because I think not being able to drive and even for people who live in places that have good public transport, like having been able to drive and then not being able to drive, like that is not your choice, right? Can make it kind of worse psychologically because then it becomes a big thing. I think anyway. I think it's like that. So you know, like if you are homebound and you've always been active, but you can't leave now, it's not even necessarily that you want to leave at this particular moment, it's that you can't, right? And so that, yeah, that's a struggle. So fingers crossed, all the good wishes for you, Izzy. All the good wishes. Oh, my nose is running like it's trying to get out of town. Come on now. Bleh. Okay. I also gave myself food. I gave the cat food, and then I gave the cat a brush for a few minutes, which is why I was a little bit later coming back on camera than I was intending, because she came in here meowing because she wanted me to brush her. She's the only cat I know who really, really, really loves the hard bristle brush. She freaking loves it, which was very surprising to me. Anyway, all right. But let's go ahead and see if we can lure our next spirit, while we are working. So sorry, my phone went off. So let's set this guy up. So let's see what our next spirit. Oh, wrong thing. We need to be over here. All right. My flutter frog has been tossing and turning in the middle of the night. Its little feet keep paddling like it's trying to swim in its sleep, but if I press my ear to its belly, I swear I can hear the faintest echoes of something deep and distant like the depths of the sea. Okay, do I have the flutter frog? I don't know if, oh, I do. Okay, cool. All right, so we know we need the flutter frog. Where is he? Excuse me, there he is. But we're gonna pick a different color, I think. Ooh, I like that one. Oh, here's this one too. Oh, the Christmassy one. That's cute. I don't want it right now though. That one's cute. That one's cute. But I really like this one. I really like this one. I think we're going to go with that one. All right. So we've got that. And then we need the decor, the underwater. There we go. And what was it? Belly. Uh, I forgot what the belly was. Oh yeah, that does make me think of Stitch. I like it because it's kind of like starry, if that makes sense. Okay, I forgot what the belly one was. Um. Oh, so the sea in the sounds. So, uh, deep sea echoes. Okay, so but we're missing something. What am I missing? Oh, I think sleeping. Okay, so we need to probably sleeping. Activity, interior, sleeping. No, that's not it either. Okay, wait a minute. Let's go back and look. What am I missing, y'all? Okay, tossing and turning in the middle of the night. That's the part I'm missing. Night. Ah, yes, y'all were on it. Y'all were on it. Okay, there we go. Thank you for your help, friends. Okay. But you know what? I want to pull out a little bit. That sounds bad. That sounds naughty. Oh, wrong thing. That's not right. I want the full view. Full view doesn't actually give you the full view, but I like it. Okay. So, now we are ready. Now we are ready. Okay, but that sound is too loud for me. It's still too loud. There we go. That's a little better. Okay, y'all. Are we ready? Should we do another sprint? Media, what are you working on now that you've gotten, settled in all the things? So what are you working on today with us? Oh, music for the next sprint too. Okay, let me tell you what we got, Izzy, so that you can pick. So we've got, let me see, I think I might have actually made did I make a thing? I did not make a thing. Oh, I thought I made a thing where I could show you what, okay, I'll just read them to you for now. I'll make a thing later. So we've got royalty-free bangers, which I expect is like rock. Royalty-free EDM. What is the other one? EDM, dance, and pop. royalty-free instrumental, royalty-free rock alternative music for streaming. We have royalty-free lo-fi. We have no, we can't do that one. That one does not work. Okay. Epic music. I don't know what this one was. Oh. All the things, y'all.
And Cronplay just redeemed Octomuse.
All right, Octomuse. Wait, where's the bottom of my stick? There it is. Octomuse is locked and loaded. Okay, you want epic music. All right. Well, we were already on the epic journey, so we will just continue on. So I will again try to mute during to move over during their ads. Let me also fix my camera so you can see Octomuse a little better. And we will pull an oracle card. Ooh, that's the wrong way. We will pull an oracle card later. I'll pull the deck out so that I remember, but remind me if I forget. So it is sitting right here in front of my keyboard. All right, all the things. Octomuse is loaded. For those who are new, this is Octomuse, one of our channel mascots. The Octomuse reward, the whole concept is that the muse lets creativity seep into my brain. Anyway, really it's an excuse to wear an octopus on my head. That's all, really. I may have to readjust because the stick is a little loose. We'll see. All right, so I think I got everything. So we've got epic music and Octomuse, and we'll do the oracle card when we come back. All right? Shall we get going, y'all? Here we go. 20 minutes. Off we go.
At Kroger, you never compromise. You get high quality and low prices. swear you never compromise. You get high quality and low prices, like you never compromise.
Okay, y'all. Pause this music. I've got to figure out how to pause the music like with my buttons so I don't have to find my Spotify and then pause. But in order to do that, I have to buy like the all the shortcuts to do that, like all the ways to do that with my Stream Deck. You have to have access to the paid Spotify. So, so in order to do that, I have to pay for Spotify. But I do have, they keep trying to get me to sign up. And so they keep telling me they'll give me 3 months free. So I may do that just for the free, just to see how it works. And if it does work better, I'll plunk the money down. But excuse me. Blah, blah, blah. Okay, so welcome to the new folks who came in. There is Octomuse. Thank you, Autumn, for the Octomuse redeem. Oh, I forgot that I had actually did have my hair up. That is how we're doing this today. All right, there we go. All right. So thank you for the Octomuse redeem, and we also have Autumn also redeemed the Poland Oracle card. So Autumn, I need you to tell me if you want this Oracle card for you personally or for this everybody on the stream, and either way is fine. You're not being selfish or anything if you want it for you, so pick whichever, um and then we will get this oracle started. All right. Amelia, I just want to say I don't know what the to the races horn is. I don't know what that is, but like if it sounds like guns, I would totally call the cops. I would totally call the cops, because especially in this day and age, somebody hears that, they may draw their gun that they're carrying on their hip like a cowboy. Um, I live in the country, people target, practice, and hunt. But that's exactly what I mean. Like, if somebody hears that, they may, if it sounds like actual guns, if it doesn't sound like actual guns, then it would not be a big deal. But like, oh my God, what? What? If it sounds like actual guns, that can then cause a problem not with them specifically, but with other people, right? So anyway, but blah. Okay. Vale, hello, hello, is fortunate enough to have Spotify family. Lucky duck. I don't love Spotify. It's too busy for me. I haven't figured out how to make it not look like there's 8,000 things on the screen, because there's 8,000 things on the fucking screen. Like, I really want the playlists that I have favorited in my Twitch folder to be listed like this, not have a bunch of pictures, because I can't focus on what is what when there's 80,000 pictures there. I hate that format. That's the one thing I really hate about modern UI, is that everything has to be a square. That's too much. Like, I can't focus on any of those things, and I don't even necessarily know what they are, because they're just the pictures and only one partial line, and it's just like, just give me a list so I can actually see what everything is. And I recognize that's me as an old person, but I'm telling you, it's too chaotic. Anyway, let's see how everybody else did. Dalen made lunch and now is eating it. What's for lunch, Dalen? Anita said, new formatting mantra. Scene breaks are centered. Scene breaks are centered. Scene break. We will will it into existence. Okay, so Autumn wants the Oracle card pull to be for everyone. Oh, I guess I should probably also pull up the actual thing I have to read. Let me find that. Where are you? There you are. All right. Go back to the beginning. Zip. Okay. Oh, wait. Table of contents is what I want, not the very, very beginning. All right. Let's go through this real quick. It's deer season. I hear it daily. Oh, the car horn doesn't sound like guns. Okay, I was confused. All right, JBT got 414 more words. Good job. Good job. Amelia swapped laundry and is eating lunch. Excellent. What's for lunch for you too? What's your lunch, Amelia? I just like to know what people eat. I'm just nosy. Vale says, yeah, I don't like the modern tile design aesthetic either. Yeah, I hate it. Like, it's awful. And it's okay if it's an option. Like, if I can go back to the way I want to see it, it's fine. But Spotify doesn't seem to allow that. It's like, this is what you're seeing. This is how it works. So, Dalen says, lunch is a teriyaki chicken bowl with snap beans and quinoa. She's a healthy boy. I love that. Excellent. I mean, I wouldn't eat it because I don't like teriyaki, but good job. Good job. James says Stella is requiring love today, and that never happens, so I'm excited about it. I love that. It's the same way with this one. She's not a snuggler. She actually came on my bed. Well, she'll sometimes come up on the bed to meow at me and want me to pet her or scratch her, and she'll lay on the bed somewhere. But not last night, but the couple nights before that, she actually laid on my side of the bed between my legs while I was like playing with my tablet or reading or whatever I was doing those nights. And she laid there for a little while, probably half an hour, and then she'd go off. So she didn't sleep with me, but she slept with me, sort of. So, oh, Amelia's having bad pizza. Is there really such thing as bad pizza? I mean, there can be pizza we don't necessarily like what's on it, but no. I pick off what I don't like, and it's still cheese and sauce and bread. So, like, I mean, um, let's see. Izzy said, about to grab my spicy Szechuan beef noodled leftovers from last night. Also wouldn't eat that, but I love that you have what you love. All right. Dalen says they sell them as a thing at Sam's Club. Good quick meal options to keep in the fridge for when you can't be asked to make a real lunchbox. Yeah, that's what I use Lunchables for, because I don't want to have to decide. Stella is my angry Russian woman cat. She looks at everyone judgingly and doesn't like to be touched. Sounds like Isabel. Vale says pizza night becomes the breakfast of champions. Yes, I love cold pizza. My husband thinks I'm insane. I love cold pizza. I also like cold lasagna. They also have a Mexican chicken bowl version. That sounds good. My issue is I can't do rice, and a lot of those have rice. Okay, well, let me concentrate on this Oracle poll that Autumn purchased for all of us, y'all. All right, there's one. I know I've already shuffled it like 18 times, but I want to focus on shuffling it. Relax my shoulders a little bit. Close a breath. All right, let's see what I got. Okay, this is for all of us, y'all. Oh, it's somewhere right here. I think it's this one. Okay, y'all, here we go. Blue moon. You are ready. Make your masterpiece. All right, so that's the art. Pretty, yeah? Okay, let me find Blue Moon is page 40, and I'll read this to y'all. All right. Okay. Blue Moon, you are ready. Make your masterpiece. You are being called to finish your project, creation, your masterpiece. Is there something you started but never finished? Y'all, this is so for us. What project was forgotten because you ran out of energy or creative spark? The blue moon is an amplified full moon. It is a full moon with twice as much power. The energy is so strong and real you can almost touch it. This tangible energy can bring anything to fruition. The blue moon, oops, I lost my, y'all, I paged down and I should not have paged down. The blue moon is a second wind. It is a powerful rush of energy and inspiration. Think of the blue moon as the final magical touch that completes a masterpiece. The blue moon can be defined in a few ways, but is mostly commonly known as the second full moon to appear in one calendar month. It does not happen often, which explains the well-known saying, once in a blue moon. There's a ritual of harnessing blue moon energy. The secret to harnessing such a powerful energy is simple. Get inspired. I don't know that that's simple. Well, I guess it's simple, but just not always easy. It is important to keep your momentum going and avoid running out of steam while you are working and manifesting. So create a list of inspiring ideas, opportunities, collaborations, new projects, trips, anything. You can even make a vision board of your success. Do anything you can to remain excited, inspired to keep moving forward and complete your masterpiece. Okay, Autumn, I feel like you were spot on with this one. Good job. Good job. So y'all, that's for everybody. Blue Moon. Get your shit together. Get your stuff done. That's what that said. It's like, get your shit together, get your stuff done. So, which is basically what all Oracle cards are saying. They're saying, get your shit together, be kind to yourself, and get your shit done. All right. Let's see. Cold pizza is goated. Yeah, I don't want to be touched either. Autumn says 87 words was cleaning the kitchen part of the sprint. Look at you, double effective. Vale says cold pizza and warm soda, the breakfast of champions. Cold burgers and warm soda, the breakfast of heroes. I don't mind cold burgers either. I don't like the bread to be cold. I like the bread to be room temperature, which is not as easy. But when I was younger, I would eat a cold burger. Vale says, I am stuck in my writing. I have to figure out the motivations of the main female lead for how she is approaching her relationship with her hubby, the male lead. Well, if we can help you, feel free to put whatever you find challenging or whatever's not working into the chat, and we can see if we can brainstorm it a little bit. Dalen says, the last blue moon was in August. Most of its energy probably helped last-minute DragonCon cosplayers. That's probably true. That's probably true right there. For real. So thank you so much for the Oracle card reward purchase, Miss Autumn. Thank you. All right. So I still haven't actually gotten anything done I needed to get done. But what I'm going to work on this next sprint is I have this great big list. And I'm going to put it into Notion so that I can cross it off. And I'm going to see what else is in Notion that I have let. So Notion is what I use for my weekly planning. But I haven't been looking at it this week, which means it's got a long list of shit. And I've done some of it, but I haven't done a lot of it. So I'm going to cross off what I've done, and I'm going to add this stuff to it because this stuff needs to be done today and tomorrow. So Let's see. Huh. The last blue moon was in August. Oh, I already said, I read that. Next blue moon is May 31st, 2026. Nice. That's good to know. Good to know. Halen says Hank Green made an ADHD timer app to help focus. Oh, that's awesome. That's awesome. Um, it's funny because like I've always considered myself neurotypical, but I know that I struggle with several things that typically ADHD and in some cases autistic folks also struggle with. And I don't know if those are indications or if those are just coincidences, if that makes sense. Because like I feel like, and I have like most of my social circle is neurodivergent. I am definitely the minority in believing myself to be neurotypical. I've never been diagnosed in any way as far as neurofunction. So like I just assume I'm neurotypical because I do not exhibit most of the traits that neurodivergent folks do in the various neurodivergencies. But in I'm I do know that in some ways I'm neurodivergent in that I have PTSD from the storms, and so I know that there's at least a part of me that is neurodivergent in specific instances. But I don't know if that actually. I don't know. I'm just waxing philosophical at this point, but I do know that there are certain things like it. Y'all might remember a couple weeks ago, well, last week before, I was talking about how my office was so cluttered that it just really affects my mind. So I do know that there's a certain point where things like that do affect my mental whatever, and my productivity. So let's see. And Autumn immediately Googled. Dalen says, and because he's a good person, it has no ads, no accounts, no bullshit, just do the thing structure. James shared with me the goblin. James, what was that goblin tools is what it's called, which I thought was super cool. I still have it bookmarked and I still go back to it. Like, is one of the things you can do with it is you can like list the stuff you have in your fridge and it'll make you a recipe. Although it's really annoying because like the annoying part is it uses everything and it's like I don't necessarily need to use everything. I just want ideas on what I can do if I have these things. So, but it's fun. But it has a whole bunch of different tools which I thought were really really cool. Jack says the Pomodoro technique is the only way I can get things done. Understood. I For me it depends on what I'm doing. Like if I'm doing something like doing emails or doing something that is a lot of little things. I do better with longer sprints. But if I'm writing, I do better with shorter sprints. So a lot of it depends on what I'm doing in terms of like Pomodoro or like altered Pomodoro kind of things. Because we do a hybrid kind of Pomodoro here. We do a little bit shorter sprints and our breaks are a little bit different. But it's similar. So Vale says, well, I'm going to give a bit of warning. Their relationship is arranged and polygamous. In her culture, which has many fewer males than females, the first wife is responsible for vetting and choosing any and all subsequent wives. As part of getting in touch with her heritage, the female lead is doing this when due reasons more candidates to marry the male lead pop up. Okay. I love Goblin Tools so much. So, what is the primary struggle you're having with this, Vale? Dalen it basically locks your phone for the time you set, and a little character knits while you do your sprints or other work, and then at the end, they sell the socks to buy stuff for their room. Okay, I like it just for that. Like, forget the ADHD part and even the timing part. That part, I like that. That's adorbs. If you have a link, put it in the chat. Put it in the chat. That sounds fun. Yeah, for real cute. Okay, so I'm gonna. Oh, hang on, I gotta let my husband know that the mail lady is in the driveway so he can run out and get the package. and I guess I can open this now because it's not quite so bright out. Yeah, give us that link. Give us that link. Okay, but let's go ahead. Whoops. We were supposed to take a break, but I just kind of took our break. But I do need to run to the bathroom, so let's go ahead and take a couple more minutes. I lost my Spirit City. There it is. Okay, so let's go ahead and take 5 minutes. If you guys need to get something to eat, something to drink, you need to use the facilities, you need to switch out the laundry, whatever. At the very least, if you've been with me this whole time and you've been sitting, please get up out of your chair and move around a little bit so you're not too stiff. Your hips, your knees, all the things will thank you for that. Also, reminder, if you haven't taken your meds yet, and you should have taken your meds by now, please take your meds. I'm going to take, y'all, I took the biotin. I told myself I wasn't going to do that until after I took my pills, but apparently without thinking about it, I took it. Okay, so there it is. All right. Oh, awesome. He put the link in the chat. Excellent. Or the video in the chat. I think we're going to have an ad. If not, I'm going to run an ad while we are, or maybe I snooze the ad. I don't know. Anyway. Okay, so we're going to take a quick break. Let me put 5 minutes on the red timer that will be showing in the other screen. And I will play some music. We will be right back, y'all. right. I am back. Let's see. The link for the Play Store. The app is Focus Friend. Obviously, I want this. Yeah, I'm not going to use it during the stream, but thank you for the warning. So Angel Faye is here. Friend, how are you doing? How are things with you? Um, Welcome in. We are in the first hour of our 6 hour stream. No, we're in the second hour. Wow, it's almost 1 o'clock. Yeah, we've been doing this for 2 hours. We've only done 2 sprints. There's been a lot of chatter. So yeah. So my computer chair legs broke and I fell with it. Oh my God. My poor baby got scared as she was in her toy car beside me. I can imagine, but thank God you weren't holding. Oh my gosh. Are you okay? Are you okay? Anita said, scream for want of consistent spacing and indenting. You want the world. You want the world, my friend. You cannot have the world. Oh my gosh. Angel says, I'm good, but in a bit of pain. I'm so sorry. I hope that you didn't actually do any damage or anything like that. Um, okay, wait, I need to switch. Okay. Um, some of the things about these playlists is they're very short. They've only got a few songs on them. What is this one? That's the one I just did. Oh, I have that multiple times. I need to take that out. For the Fallen. Okay, we're gonna do that one next. Okay, sorry, I got sidetracked. All right, so I leveled up. Level 158. 158. All right. Okay, and I know we have a bunch of other folks who came in. I saw Sean come in earlier. Who else did I see come in? Halo came in. Hello, Halo. I see a few others out there. That's mostly everybody, though. I think mostly everybody I've said hello to. So, welcome into everybody. Again, this is a 6 hour stream. We are just doing whatever. We're just kind of a lot more talking than usual. Some ridiculousness, as always. A dragon on the screen that looks a little more like an alien than a dragon to me, but I don't know how to use it, but I thought it was cute, so I put it in there. Um, yeah, so we are luring a spirit and we are going to jump into the next sprint. So if you want to share with us what you're working on today, please feel free to do that. Okay. Wait, where'd it go? Oh, here it is. Heck yeah! Level 4! I don't really like this food, but thanks. Okay, that was awesome, y'all. We bred the dragon and we fed the dragon. So excellent. I love that. Thanks, y'all. Thanks, y'all. Amelia says, I'm going to lurk for a while to try and focus later. Okay, sounds good. Thank you so much. Yeah, that was fun. Liz says, I'm going to bounce so I can get cleaned up and grab food, but I will hopefully be back. Well, we will be here. We're going to be here for several more hours. So, here we go again. All right. Still level 4. Okay, I don't really like this food, but thanks. Okay, y'all. I think he's telling you something. All right. Sophia says, I was just going to read till the end of the chapter, but then they kissed, so I had to keep going. I understand. Understand. I understand completely. So, um, shoot, there's a steak. Let's see. Level 5. Yummy. More of this. Okay, now we know our dragon likes steak. Uh, Izzy says, I now have a bean named Cricket. Yay! Some. Uh, um, Okay, let's get back to work. So we'll feed and breed later. That sounds so bad. We'll feed and breed later. Okay, let's get back into it. Like I said, I'm gonna put this list into what you call it, into Notion, so that I can prioritize what I need to do first. I know what I need to do very, very first, but I'm not sure what order I need to do things after. So I'm gonna put some thought into that. So we've got 20 minutes on the clock. If you just came in the last little while, feel free to let us know in the chat what you're working on. You don't have to. I'm not your mom. You got to listen to me, but it's always fun. Dalen missed the fun to go watch mm, short something of YouTube food kids. I don't know why, but they make eating easier for me. Okay, whatever works, right? Whatever fucking works. So, okay, let's get into it. Got another 20 minutes. YouTube food vids. I knew it was something like that, but I just, yeah. So I think it was a short bout of YouTube food vids. Got it. Damn autocorrect. Okay, here we go. 20 minutes. Let's do the things. Off we go. timer went off and I wasn't ready. Okay. How'd everybody do? How'd everybody do? All right. So, Vale, I would say um, respecting and being part of a culture and heritage doesn't mean abandoning yourself to it or abandoning it altogether, right? So think about your main character, your female character, in terms of that. Where is she now? Like, it may be that at the beginning, maybe she should be rebelling against the culture. Maybe she fought about this arranged marriage or whatever. Like, she has to start. If your end result is you can accept and you can be part of your culture without losing yourself to it, then at the beginning of the book, she needs to be not that. And it can be that she's completely immersed in it. Like so her thinking is she has to be either completely immersed in it or completely rebel against it. So maybe she tries both of those things throughout the book. So there's your character arc as it relates to your theme. So you can try that. All right. Val's like, I love Twitch Turbo. No ads. Okay, something cozy. I've got some lo-fi, so let me see what I've got. Okay, so we've got, you don't want that. There's a plain instrumental. I don't know what style of instrumental that is because I didn't actually listen to it. We've got lo-fi. We've got chill pop. Uh, Those are the only ones. And then there are the kind of darker, more emotive sort of things that we've been listening to generally. Just instrumental could be fun. Okay, let's try that. Let me cue that up. All right. There we go. Okay, so there's a bunch of songs on there. Cool. Let's see. Sophia got one scene done. Yes. Good job. James got his desk put back together post plumbing adventures. The meds have kicked in and I hate the world less. Yes. So here, among fam. So this is a good place. Let's see. Vale says, I love Kyoko Cafe Jazz Hop Coffee Lo-Fi. Well, I will mark that down to look it up. Let me do it in the same color I did my other notes. Kyoto Cafe. Okay. Maybe we can explore the instrumental right now. Might be jazz, though, which personally yoinks me out of writing. Well, we'll see what it is. I don't know. It's got a big, long list. But I don't, obviously, they're all indie music artists, so I don't know who they are. Anita says, still screaming into the abyss of how did these indents get so screwed up? But making progress. Man, it kind of makes me not want to finish anything because I know I'm going to indie publish and then I'm going to have to go through exactly what Anita's going through again. So the thing is, like in the past, I never formatted my stuff. I left it to my husband to do. So I don't have to worry about any of that. But I can rely on him less and less when it comes to my career. It's not that he's not supportive. He is. He just, like me, we're both kind of like full up. You know what I mean? We don't have a whole lot of extra spoons. So Dalen says, I'm not writing anymore today, so don't change it on my account. Well, thank you. Thank you. So what you doing then today, the rest of the day? Are you at work? Or are you at home? Or, both? Okay, that's super weird. Okay. Oh, you're at a site. Oh, so you're just gonna hang out with us, or what are you doing? You reading? What you doing? I mean, you don't have to tell me. Y'all, we have a new spirit to meet, but it's not really work. You're just kind of sitting there. Okay. All right, y'all, we're gonna meet our new spirit. We ready? Let me close this timer. Are we ready? Are we ready? All right. If you're not with us, come over, gather around the screen, y'all. All right, here we go. We're gonna meet our new spirit. Oh my gosh. Can't see his tongue. Toad. Y'all, we got us a deep toad. Okay. Oh wait, hang on, let me scroll down. Okay, flutter frogs are known to have a strong tie to fey magic, but their undersea counterparts, deep toads, are infused with magic from a very different source. Enigmatic ancient beings who lurk in the darkest pockets of the ocean's abyss. It's impossible to say with any confidence which of the two versions of this spirit came first, since so little is known even today about the murky depths and what secrets are hidden there. Deep toads have webbed fins protruding out from their round bodies instead of wings, and a lantern atop their heads to help illuminate the blackest waters, and quite poor vision without it. However, their lantern's glow often attracts unwanted attention from curious visitors, so they're reluctant to light it often. Deep toads are very solitary and much prefer to be left to their lonesome, but ironically make fast friends with reserved and introverted people who they can relate to. A basin of water in a dark room is all they'll need to feel at home as your companion, and you'll only need to check on them once in a while. In fact, they'd prefer it. I never imagined that my flutter frog was longing to visit its undersea cousin, but I am thrilled to have visited. Coral and kelp sway as schools of fish and spirits dance between them. Deeper in tide hollow reefs, whole undersea cities of mer people, fish folk, and other aquatic beings and spirits coexist with their own bustling cultures and economies that I'd love to visit someday. So that's Deep Toad, y'all. So let us add, that's wrong. Let us add wardrobe, spirit companion, Deep Toad. Look at that. See what colors we got. We got purple and black. Purple and black. I love how you can see the reflection of the lantern on its skin. That's awesome. Green. Oh my gosh, I like this one. Look at that. And pink. And purple. I like this one, y'all. This is the one we're going with. This is the one we're going with. All right. They're snoozing. Okay, so let's have them doing something else. How about typing? No. How about writing? No. I just want to see. There we go. They'll be reading. I just wanted something for our new little friend to do also. All right. So we have a new spirit friend. Y'all, that makes me so happy. Okay, let me pop up the timer again. Okay, let's see. Let me scroll back. Anita says, the indent problem is on the original docs and words formatting. I suspect she used tabs. Oh no. Oh no. Yeah, that's one of the things. So when I used to work for a different publishing company, it was our responsibility as the editors to make sure the Word document was formatted in a way to make the formatter's job easier. And one of those things was we had certain things we had to go through and search to make sure that they were the right things, like em dashes and ellipses, not, being an ellipses character, not the 3 dots, and removing all tabs. So yeah, so we always did that on the front end for every manuscript. Even if I was like, oh no, they did it right, I would always still search, because sometimes there's just like this one errant one that's a tab and not an actual indent. So Dalen says, I did not have cute angler on my bingo card. Yes, fixing someone's messy formatting is horrible. Dalen says, oh boy, Cthulhu Fae! This won't end horribly at all. I mean, I feel like it's keeping in time with what's going on in the world. Sophia says, I once beta read for someone who didn't know about Control Enter for new chapters. So they just entered all the way down. Yeah, that's bad. Dalen says the amount of amateur erotica that don't even know how to indent paragraphs is incredible. Proof that the urge to write is not linked to knowledge of the craft at all. Ariel's here. Hi, Ariel. Welcome in. Welcome in. So good to have you here. Vale says I use Scrivener to write also, but editing is typically done in Word. And if you're using generally an editor, it's typically done in Word. That's kind of just been the way it works for most people. Some people have shifted over to Google Docs, which is fine. But yeah. So, all right. We have a new friend. We have a well-fed dragon. And we have Ariel in the chat now. So, what are y'all working on this round? Feel free to let me know. I did get the stuff I needed to get into Notion, and I organized it and I prioritized it. So this round I am currently working. It's not as big as I thought it was going to be either. In part because like one of them is write emails to multiverse directors, and then inside that is write this email, write that email, write that email. So I don't have like this big long list on the front. I have to go into the thing. So first things I need to do is I need to fill out a couple forms so that I'm familiar with them, so that when I tell the directors to fill out those forms, that they know it, like that they can do it. Let's see, wait, volunteer form and Jared's form email. Okay. So yes. So that's what, so I'm going to be working on filling out those forms and then writing the emails for the directors to fill out those forms. I will never trust Google not to spy on me. I don't trust any of them not to spy on me. Blah, I will never use Google Docs for anything I want to monetize. Yes. Dalen's like, map doodling. Wrong thing. Anita says her doc is a story collection, so my guess is the inconsistent formatting is due to copy and paste. That makes sense. James says, I am playing a game for a bit, and then I might finish up the hat I'm working on for my fall gnome. And then maybe also some building. Excellent. Are you? It's welcome in, friend. We are about to start another. So, and we just met our new little friend here. He's so cute. And you might notice we now have a floating dragon. So, all right. Danielle just finished dropping off a poopy sample for a very sick kitty that was abandoned at campus. Oh, baby. I hope it's okay. Fingers crossed. Then I decided to stop by the drugstore and get some COVID and flu shots, and had to buy some Halloween leggings. Halloween leggings are a need, not a want. I'm with you. And I'm glad you got shot up in that way, not in the other way, in the vaccine way. So yeah, I have to get my flu shot. They asked last time I was in there in the groceries they were like, do you want a flu shot? And I was like, oh, I should probably get one, but I don't have time right now. No, I just didn't feel like it at the moment. I do have a COVID, I had a COVID shot at the beginning of August, but it wasn't the updated one because I hadn't yet updated, but I wanted to have one for DragonCon. So I just went ahead and did it. Oh, I didn't realize you were a masochist. No judgment, though. Clearly, you know nothing about James. Sophia said, I restarted Zelda Breath of the Wild 2 days ago with some special rules for my gameplay, which are turning out to be fun. Link has to sleep. Oh, I lost it. Link has to sleep at night somewhere safe. It's proving a challenge in some areas. Nice. Ariel says, it's been a rough couple days. I went to the ER Thursday evening and find out that I re-herniated my disc, so may need surgery again. Oh no. Oh no. I hope that wasn't from the walking around DragonCon. Do they know, like, do you know how it might have happened? Danielle says, I already have 2 students out with COVID. Yeah, a whole bunch of people from DragonCon came home with COVID. A whole bunch. like people who are in the writers track room too. And so I'm really, really super glad I got that vaccine when I did, even though, it may not protect me from the newer um, versions, but at least I made it through Dragon Con without COVID. So, which is good because y'all know I got it last year at Dragon Con, the first time I ever had it. I've only ever had it once. Knock on wood again. All right, so let's jump in. So Danielle, what are you working on today? And yes, Ariel, please rest and relax. Take care of yourself. That's important. So, and we also are going to be listening to, see, I didn't forget, Sophia, I didn't forget, the royalty-free instrumental. So see how that goes. How are you guys liking the Spotify better than the Pretzel Rocks? Let's see. Oh, goodness. I do hope pain relief will come. Dalen says, I wasn't one of them, though I did get strep. So it was actually strep. I know you said it had strep symptoms. Fun fact, the antibiotics really only shorten strep symptoms by like half a day for most people. I'll take it. I'll fucking take it. Let's see. I'm very, very good at the bit I am playing. It's the only part I have played, but I've played it multiple times. I haven't gotten out of Act 1. I play usually for about 30, 45 minutes at a time, and then get bored, annoyed, and go do other things. I'm like that with a game. Oh, what's it called? It's actually a really fun game, especially if you're around in the early days of gaming. It's called, what is it called? Hang on. Oh, Evoland. It's called Evoland. And it basically, oh,
Tillamook Star just followed. Yay.
thank you for the follow, Tillamook Star. You make me think of cheese, which makes me happy. Thank you. So yeah, Evoland basically takes you from like the early days as you play this game. And it's a game like Zelda or whatever where you run around and kill things. But it starts from like the beginning of what gaming was. So you start with like, 8-bit, like just, you don't have life, like you get hit once, you die, like whatever. And as you level up and as you discover things, you get different things. Like you level up from 8-bit to 16-bit and then stuff. Except there's this one part and I just can never get past it. So like I'll play it and I'll really like it and I'll have a good time. And I know that whole beginning part really well. And then I get to that one part and I just cannot get past it. So then I give up. And then I try again another time and I get exactly that far. So yeah, but it's still a fun game. I just get really frustrated at that point that I can't get past. Let's see. Danielle is working on a blog post for that Portuguese American Writers Grant project. Yes. So do you think you're going to move to Portugal now? I think you would love Portugal, Danielle. Rachel says day job for the next hour. Ariel says no clue, but I don't think it was because of con. It's weird because this can happen at random. I've heard that people can mess up their disc post surgery by coughing. Holy crap! Wow. All right. Vale says I had COVID once for sure, but maybe a second time because after the first time and I started hating peanut butter, I've lost most of my ability to taste spicy food. That sounds like it. Danielle is driving home, gorgeous clouds and beautiful weather, I'll bet. Our weather has been lovely here the last few days. It was a little bit humid yesterday, but oh, it's been nice. Tillamook Star, hello, joining from the Multiverse Discord. Yay! Welcome in, welcome in. I'm Vanessa. I run the Writers Troop, which is a writerly support and education network organization, group, whatever you want to call us, on Facebook, Discord, and Twitch, obviously. So we're kind of just doing co-working and just kind of chatting in between and all kinds of stuff. So feel free to just hang out with us. Let us know what you're working on if you'd like, and we will cheer you on. Vale says, I have Evil Land. I remember getting the ability to move left and feeling accomplishment. Right. Exactly. It's really cool, especially if you have any interest in like the history of video games. It's really cool, that part. I love that part because having been around since the dawn of video games, I'm not a huge video game nerd, but I really enjoyed that aspect because I'm like, oh yeah, I remember games like this. So, yes, I get to the part that always gets me is I think in a castle and there are like skeletons and things that throw things at you and you have to open these doors. There's some part at the end of that section that I can never get past. I don't remember. I haven't played in a long time. I'm currently playing a dumb game called Trimps. So, Tillamook says, that is exciting. This will be my second year of multiverse. Yay! I've been working on my silly novel for too long for how little I have done. No, none of that. No bashing yourself about it. We don't do that here. I mean, you can do it all you want, and then I'm gonna yell at you. That's how it works. So no, like, feel free, join us, pull your novel out, get some words down. You're gonna do great. You're gonna do great. We've still got over 3 hours to go. So let's do the thing. So I'm going to work on, like I said, I'm going to work on filling out the forms I need to fill out for a couple departments at Multiverse. And also like one of them is all the directors have to fill out the volunteer form so that we have a badge. So I'm going to do that first because that way, if there's anything I need to tell my directors about, questions they can skip or just, just say this and that one or whatever. Because their thing needs to be flagged as being a director. So I'm going to go through so I know how to advise them on any questions or whatever. And then, and then I'll just keep going from there. Tillamook says, I will once I get home from work. Right now I'm just on a short break and wanted to pop in, so I remember to join later. Yay! So happy you popped in. Awesome. All right, well, we will see you later then. Or, if you're just hanging out, that's cool too. If you're just like having your phone open on your desk or whatever and just listening, that's cool too. So we are going to have music this round. Sophie, it's been like 18 years since you bought that music. So we are listening to instrumentals, and I don't know what type of music it is, but we're going to find out together. Well, Glaze, you are missed. You are just in time. We're about to start a sprint. All right, y'all. Let's do the things. Here we go.
Seems like there's more identity theft in the news every day.
Another major healthcare breach was reported today, resulting in the exposure. Now, 1 in 4 consumers have been a victim of identity.
That's because there are endless places that could accidentally expose you to identity theft, in a breach, or simply by mistake. LifeLock monitors hundreds of millions of data points a second. If your identity is stolen, we'll fix it, guaranteed or your money back. Save up to 40% your first year at lifelock.com/Spotify. Terms apply.
Time to restock your pantry? Kroger offers the same great prices and quality online that you get in store. From pasta to cook for family dinners to school lunch essentials. Get what you need when you shop, pickup, or delivery. If you're not 100% satisfied with your online order, we make it right. Guaranteed. Kroger, fresh for everyone.
And now, shop what you love and save $2 on each participating item when you buy 3 or more with your card. Kroger, fresh for everyone.
Lemon pepper fans, I hope you're sitting down because Zaxby's just dropped a mouth-watering lemon pepper dry rub. Now you can get that delicious zesty lemon and cracked black pepper flavor you love on the chicken you love. Try it any way you want, from Zaxby's lemon pepper wings and lemon pepper sandwiches to their lemon pepper chicken fingers. And with the Zaxby's app, all that lemon peppering can earn you rewards points. Now that's lemon pepper perfection. Zaxby's lemon pepper. Get some today.
Who's got the sauce?
Zaxby's.
right, y'all. Phew. That's the end of that sprint. Needless to say, I did not get any of the stuff done that I planned to get done because I dumped all the water all over everything. It was awful. So, welcome in, Pure Path. Words are hard, y'all. Welcome in, welcome in. Glad you could join us today. Huzzah. Yeah, it was a mess. So what happened was I filled it up and it was almost full. It was like this far from the top, but I still needed more water. So I set the Brita in the sink and filled it a little bit so it would have so I'd be able to have more water. Well, then I needed to refill the little container that I keep the loose leaf tea in because it was just about empty. And that bag was up over the stove in the cabinet. So as I'm leaning up trying to get it from the back, of course, I hit the thing and it just went all over the coffee maker, and the mat underneath the coffee maker. Some got into the sugar dish. It went down the sides of the cabinet between the cabinet and the stove. I hope it doesn't rot my floor. And it went down the front. And I have drawers that I keep the pots and pans in. So it went all in there. And I was just like, are you fucking kidding me? So my husband came up because I swore really loudly. And he was like, are you okay? Did you die? And I was like, I didn't die, but I really am very upset with myself. Those are not the actual words I used, but he helped me clean, he lifted up the coffee maker so I could pull the mat out from underneath it and water everywhere.
Redan Dragon just subscribed for 27 months. Wow.
Wow, thank you so much, Danielle. Just having that little girl on the screen makes me feel better. So yeah, so I spent 15 minutes of that sprint almost, probably at least a good 12 minutes. It took so much time. I actually came upstairs after I had most of it contained just to check the time because I had no idea how much time had gone by. So, but yeah, I finally got all this, I took everything out of the drawers, dried them out. There was so much water. Dried the pans off so that they wouldn't then, rust onto the bottom of the thing. And, the floor, the stove, the coffee maker, everything had water in it. It was awful. But it's fine. It's fine. I wanted to clean that part of the floor anyway. All right, so let's see how everybody else did. Y'all, I hope y'all were way more productive that round than I was. Let's see. Danielle didn't get any work on the blog. What did you do? I'm sitting with sick Louis cat. Poor baby. That poor baby. I hope he gets better. Sophia finished chapter 24, even found an opportunity to bring back something I mentioned very, very early that needs to be tied up in the next 2 chapters. So I now feel proud of myself. Yay. You should just feel extra proud because you should have felt proud of yourself anyway. So extra proud. Yes. Good job. Liz is working on making her first chapter opening paragraph stronger. Excellent. Pure Path is reading Hunger Games, The Ballad of Songbirds and Snakes. Know what that is. That's awesome. Okay. I think it's okay, stretch. You need a stretch. All right. That's probably true. I do need a stretch. So y'all stretch your bod. Okay. Yeah, that feels good. Thank you, Anita. That is awesome. Stretch your bod. Anita finished the main formatting, going to switch to editing, something that is easier, right? Formatting is so hard, y'all. Ariel got comfortable on the couch and read fanfic for a Saturday afternoon. I like it. Thank you for the stretch redeem. Oh, we got to pull another oracle card, y'all. Oh, what did I do with them? All right. So Ariel chose let me double check and make sure I got that right. Yes. Ariel redeemed the oracle card. So Ariel, do you want this for you or do you want this for everybody? So let me know in the chat. Let me pull up the guide thing again. Okay, and back to the table of contents. I should just open up the pages is what I should do. We'll go back to the table of contents. There it is. All right. Okay, for everyone again. Cool. Pure Pass says it's a book of the Hunger Games franchise. I did figure that out. I did understand that. So it's actually is it a book written by Suzanne Collins? Is that her name? Or is it like tie-in fiction that somebody else wrote? Is it like a graphic novel? Like, I mean, I'm interested, right? Let's see. Oh, it's the prequel. Gotcha. But it was written by Suzanne Collins. Okay, cool. Awesome. That is excellent. I hope it's so. I really liked the first book. The second book wasn't a book, it was just a bridge. And then the third book was pretty good. But I was super annoyed at the second book. And I am positive that the second book was supposed to be part of the third book. And it was just supposed to be 2 books, but her publisher made her split it up. I am positive that's what happened because that second book was not a book. All right. Let me focus on this. Okay, so we are pulling a card for Ariel for the stream, for everybody in the stream. So let me just focus on that for a minute. Relax my shoulders. Y'all, when I'm stressed, that's where I carry it. It's my shoulders. So let me just relax my shoulders. Okay, let's see. Oh, this one's near the top. I can already tell. All right, which one? Oh, it wasn't either one of those. It was that one. Okay, so let's see what we got. It is not Blue Moon, so it's not the same, but it is New Moon. So let's go to page 21. All right. Okay, here's the card. New moon, fresh start, new beginnings. Remember the last one we had was finish your shit. You got to finish your shit. So, all right. Fresh start, new beginnings. You're being called to not worry about missed opportunities. You are about to start fresh. The new moon represents birth and a clean slate. It is a second chance you are given over and over again. The new moon is the very first sliver of illumination that shines the light on our true desires and goals. Do not waste your time and energy on missed chances or failures. Get up and feel the invigorating burst of energy and initiative the new moon brings. Set your intentions, plant the seeds, and take little steps at a time. You can do this, and before you know it, your seeds will bloom into your reality. So there is a new moon ritual. Seems very much like brainstorming on shit you want to do, but sit down with a pen and paper, write down your intentions for the next month. When we write things down, we are more likely to remember them and take action. Spend time with what you have written, read it aloud, keep the list of intentions with you for at least one moon cycle, revisit it frequently, and adjust if needed. I feel like the cards are really telling us something cohesive. And Sophia says, new moon is in about 1 week. So thank you, Ariel, for that card for us. Appreciate it. Ariel needed to hear that. I'm really trying not to focus on what I'm missing out on right now, but easier said than done. Amen, friend. Amen. Yeah, FOMO is for real. For real, for real. So, yeah, okay. So I'm going to actually take that as the universe telling me to stop focusing on what just happened with dumping the water all over the freaking kitchen and go back and remember that is like we had specific intentions on things I was going to do. So I'm going to go back to that. So thank you, Ariel. I obviously also needed that. All right. So I'm really this time going to work on those forms that I've all right. But also, I do need to go to the bathroom, so I'm going to go off camera again, run to the bathroom, and run back. And hopefully, I won't break anything in that time, and I'm actually back in time to do this. I kind of am afraid to leave my desk at this point. Using the bathroom was going to be one of the things I did after I got my tea, but then everything was so chaotic, I forgot. But the cards told me to quit thinking about that, so I'm going to quit thinking about it. But I am going to run to the bathroom for the first minute or two. Yeah. All right. let's do the things. No music this round. So we'll just do our thing. And let's go. we go. I have filled out the form, although I haven't submitted it yet. I want to just double check to make sure. I did send some notes to the volunteer director on things that wording I think should be changed a little bit on the volunteer form. So I was having a conversation with her and also filling out the form. So what I need to do next is just make notes on if there's anything. Most of it's very straightforward, but sometimes when you're a director and you have to fill out that form, it's not kind of geared to staff. So I just want to see if there's anything that I need to make changes to. All right. And I want to say, Dalen, you gave some really, really good thoughts about the what Vale is working with. I especially like the piece where you said if you want the culture to be a feature and not a conflict, that's fine, but you have to replace that conflict with something, and it becomes a feature of her character rather than an evolving arc. And I think you really nailed it on the head right there. Awesome, Dalen. So TJ's here. Hi, TJ. Welcome in. Welcome in. Glad to see you today. What is the woven hamper? What is going on with that? What is that? So, TJ always has great entrance and exit messages. Okay, so we are doing Spotify. This is a test thing, so this is all royalty free. At least they say they're royalty free. All right, so here are some things we have. We have royalty-free bangers, which I think is probably going to be rock. We have EDM, dance, and pop. What is it? Is it just pop? Let me see. Oh my God, of course now it's taking forever for it to load. Yes. EDM, dance, and pop. That's a playlist. There's another playlist that is rock and alternative. We've also got lo-fi. We have chill pop. We have epic music, which is what we were listening to at the beginning. I have two different epic music ones. Then we have some other ones, like we have Epic Journey, Shifting Between Reality. That's just one song though. The Ruins of Time, which is kind of like a apocalyptic kind of feel to it. Dark Dream, which is kind of a heavy atmospheric kind of sound. So yeah. All right. Let's see. Anita inserted the table of contents, saved the file, and switched to editing. The easy stuff. Fixed a paragraph. Great job. Vale says, it recently struck me that the reason she desires her hubby's goal to come to fruition is that the other elves in her situation of not being able to use magic can benefit from hubby's strange magic that works for everyone. That's a goal she has. That's actually great. So that's one goal she has. And think about what her thinking is. Really, character arcs have more to do with a character's thinking than it has to do with the character's actions. So the actions are what kind of help create the arc, but the arc itself is actually about a change in the way the character thinks. So consider the changes in her thinking that need to be made to get to the end of the book. This is really kind of one of the most challenging parts of character development, I think, is figuring out what the actual character arc is. But it's almost exactly the same as a story arc. You know, if you have even if it's just a general ending in mind, it doesn't have to be exactly specific like a thesis statement or anything. It can just be a general vibe. Okay, you know, maybe she was too immersed in her culture, and even though she felt a little bit outside of it because she wasn't able to use the magic the way that other people in her culture can, and maybe, you know, it helps her become closer to her culture by going through these steps of trying to reach this goal. I don't know, like, it's stuff to play with though, right? So think about where her head is, what she believes at the beginning versus what she's going to believe at the end, and figure out what's different. Rachel says, well, I didn't get much done because my teen daughter came home bawling because of boy problems. Yeah, that's normal. Is it wrong that while listening and commiserating, I was also making mental notes about her reactions and body language to use in a YA book? No, that is not wrong. That is actually exactly right. You were showing up for her as her mother and also taking notes in the back of your head to be a better author. It's okay to do both of those things at the same time. So, but the important bit is that you were there for her, and that's the only part that matters. Whatever you're doing in your head is fine. So, at least in my opinion. Not unless you paid the boy to cause problems. Right. Right. That piece. Posture check. Thank you, Jay. All right. Okay. Drop the shoulders. Relax. All right. Thank you. Okay, so Ariel chose EDM. So let me pull up the EDM. Where'd it go? There it is. And we'll see how that is. We'll see how that is. So let me cue that up, but then we're going to pause it so that it's not playing while I'm talking. TJ gives the chatters each a bunch of treats. We do like treats. You know how to get to our hearts. A handful-sized pack of marshmallows. I love marshmallows. A custom Writers Troop notebook titled My World Writer, and a silky bag of cookies. My friend, you know us. Although you can actually get a Writers Troop notebook. I should have that as one of the shortcuts, that link to the swag. That's really dumb of me. So I'll set that up in the next sprint. I'm gonna set up the swag. Do y'all feel like we need a little break for bathroom and drinks and things like that? I feel like I've taken many of those already. So do y'all feel like we need a little break? Ariel says inspiration can come from anywhere, but I understand why you would question that for sure. Dalen says if he's able to do that, he's valuable and thus will be a target. So when looking for his other wives, this is about Vale's stuff. She has to be suspicious and careful as the threat to him is very real. Okay, that's good. I like that. Jay says not many words in because trying to figure out lunch. That's important. TJ says I tried to raid you after my debut stream right before my top 5. Oh, we're taking the dragon. Okay. Oh, we're close to level 6, y'all. We're close. Yummy, more of this. Huzzah! Thank you for feeding the dragon, Anita. I think Anita's just glad to be able to dump off some of her points. Oh. Okay, Jay says, I'm stuck at the other part of my twin set finding her destiny. We made level 6! I don't know what the levels do for us. I don't really know. So, like, if y'all have cool stuff in the... I don't even know. I imagine it's down in the thing. Oh, Dragon, say it live. I don't know what that is. Battle Dragon. Breed Dragon. We saw that gave us a different color because he was red earlier. Yeah, I think that's all the dragony ones. So, okay. And I named our dragon Pixie because that was my cat. I name all animals, like if I'm playing a game or whatever and I have an animal companion, it's always Pixie. Let's see. Jay wrote a scene, then scrapped it because it seemed cliche and corny. Oh, what? All right. Halfway through level 6. Jay, don't get rid of the scene. Leave it there. Move on to your next scene. Don't scrap it. You can come back and fix it. If you need to scrap it later, do it later when you're in a more analytical viewpoint rather than an emotional viewpoint. Don't scrap it. Just leave it there. If you think it's cliche and corny, you can fix that later. Leave it. Stop doing that. Stop undermining yourself. I mean, you don't have to listen to me. You don't have to stop undermining yourself, but it'll be easier if you do. Let's see. Danielle has about 513 out of the 1,200 you need. I'm assuming you need the points. That just means you need to be here more. I'm just saying. Has it been getting bigger? I don't think so. I think it looks about the same size. I don't think it's been getting bigger. Maybe, but I don't think so. TJ wrote 751 words today on stream prior to a failed raid. Yeah, I was reading that. I tried to raid you after my debut stream. Congratulations, by the way. Right before I popped by, but Twitch wouldn't allow it. Why wouldn't they allow it? Like, you should be able to. Here we go again. I'm telling TJ, he don't like the carrots. He don't like the carrots. He don't like the carrots. He likes the steak. He's very picky. He's still grateful that you fed him it all. And also congratulations, TJ, on the 751 words. Good job. Liz said, I'm reworking my first chapter opening to make it clear my female main character has a good relationship with her grandma. I love grandmas. I love grandmas. Oh, you mean words for your blogs? I totally was. Clearly, I was in the dragon headset, my friend. Dragon. I'm just saying. See, there's a dragon on screen for you. Okay. Ariel said, I put a strike through on stuff I'm not feeling and tweak it later. Exactly. You don't throw it out. I know it is loud. Let me see if I can. I don't know if I can change the sound. Audio control via desktop. Maybe. Okay. Okay, so I've got control of the audio on the desktop audio piece. So I've turned it down a little. So maybe that'll help. Okay, TJ went lurky lurk for dinner. Yes, dragons should always win. That's right. I agree. I agree. All right, so I'm hoping, yeah, the drum roll was really loud for me too. I'm hoping that that helps. We'll see. Okay, but let's go ahead and get into it. Nobody said they really wanted a break. So let's just go ahead and keep going. We have music. We have EDM, dance, pop, courtesy of Ariel. Oh, we didn't get it at all. We got no sound at all. Okay, that was not how I wanted it to work. Let me see. Control audio via. Okay. Oh wait. Oh wait. I think I know what it did. Hang on one second. Let me. Ah, there it is. Okay, except it's not. Okay, but it is not muted. The dragons is not muted. Okay, scroll. Where'd it go? There it is. Let me see. Properties. Monitor only. Monitor and output? I don't know. Okay, somebody. Okay, so did you just feed the dragon? Somebody feed the dragon again or breed the dragon or something. Let's see if. Coming through, but the actual sound is not coming through. Like I'm seeing that Streamlabs is detecting the sound, but it's not. Oh, it's louder. You guys can hear it. I can't hear it. Okay, let me try again. Okay. I wish I could suggest Vale come to the Wednesday workshop for more help with their ARC issue, but I have to cancel again due to stupid work schedule this week. Well, thank you for letting me know, and I will take it off the schedule. I'll do that when later when I'm going through the schedule. Okay, so I turned the sound, but see, I couldn't hear it. That's super weird. If y'all heard it, but I didn't. Why download mix route audio to the central channel instead of left or right? No, that's not what I want. Monitor off. Somebody do something with the dragon again. Yeah, I'm not hearing it. You guys hear it? I can see that the sound is going through. Was the sound not quite as loud? Okay. I still don't hear it though, and I'm not sure why. I'm not sure why I don't hear it. Mm. Okay, we're gonna try this. Okay. Um, it played, but it was a good volume. Okay, good, 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 good. All right. Super weird. Super weird stuff going on. All right. Oh, bye, Vale. Thank you for hanging out. I hope you have a nice nap. Feel free to stop in if we are still here when you get up, if you feel like it. I've got an ad starting in about 15 seconds, so we're gonna go ahead and start the sprint. Let's get into it, y'all.
This is an ad by BetterHelp. We've all had that epic rideshare experience. Halfway through, you're best friends, and they know your aspirations.
seems like there's more identity theft in the news every day.
Another major healthcare breach was reported today.
Oh, I'm dumb. I'm so sorry. I forgot to turn Spotify back on after the ads ended. I'm sorry, Ariel. We lost the last couple minutes of it because I was dumb and forgot. In part because we're at that point in con planning where every day somebody comes to you with a message or a question or a thing they need you to do or whatever. And so even though you're like focused on what you're doing, then you've got to, oh, I've got to do this, and then I've got to do that, and then I've got to do the other thing. And it's not like it's stuff that, they put off or whatever. It just happens to be now is the time to do that thing, and they need my input or my okay or my whatever. And so yeah, so that's what happened that round. So I did send the one form. I did submit the one form that I had filled out before, and I made notes on what I need to mention to the directors about it, and which is simple. And then I got sidetracked by we're sending out. So we have some events. We have a writer's workshop at Multiverse, and then we also have our bedtime stories and all ages story time. And it's the time to send out the emails to the people who are participating in those things to explain like what their responsibilities are, what to expect in that time frame and everything like that. So yeah. Yeah, the playlist was a little bit meh, but it wasn't bad. I think it was okay. It was pretty heavy on it had some pretty heavy dubstep kind of under sounds, which I like dubstep, but there are certain types of dubstep that hurt my ears, like actually hurt. It almost feels like a vacuum. Like it's the sound of a vacuum, not a vacuum cleaner, but like the sound of a vacuum in my head. It's weird. It makes my head feel like it's in a vacuum. So yeah, and I don't love those. The first song had some about that, but I was able to tune it out because I started focusing on other stuff. Should have went with the rock station. Well, we can do that next time. Let's see. Jay got some words and brought back the scrapped scene. Good. Just let it sit there. Let it just live there, and just keep going. Keep writing, because future you will come back to that, and future you will be able to pick out the stuff that can stay and the stuff that you want to get rid of. Rachel says, I'm off to eat lunch for a bit. I did manage to work this entire last sprint though, so progress made. Excellent. Enjoy your lunch. We will want to know what you had for lunch when you come back, just so you know. I get what you mean. Yeah, good. I'm glad, because it's a really weird description of how it sounds to me. It's hard. It's actually a physical sensation in my head that I get when I listen to a certain type of dubstep. Generally, I like dubstep, but that particular type it hurts the inside of my head. It's weird. So yeah. I'm still getting the hang of this, all of the different new pieces I've added. I still am not sure how to get the dragon sounds so that I can hear it when y'all hear it. Because that's the other thing is, if I don't hear it, I don't see that somebody's fed the dragon or somebody's bred the dragon or somebody's done a battle or whatever. I don't hear that. And I'm not really sure why. Are you guys getting any kind of echo for me right now? Like when I speak, are you guys hearing any kind of echo? Anybody? No echo. Okay, good. Because when I made a change for the dragon thing so that y'all could hear it, it made a different change. Oh, I wonder if yeah, I don't know. Anyway, I'm not going to stress about it. I've got other stuff to do. Okay, yeah, so I didn't hear that again. Oh, level 7, almost level 8. Yummy! More of this! Okay, anybody else gonna feed? Are you hearing an echo now? You might be hearing an echo now. No, I still didn't hear it. Damn it. It's not that. It's super weird because when I wasn't doing it so you guys could hear it, or it was really loud for you guys. Okay, anyway, I'm not gonna worry about it. We'll figure it out another time. Although, you know, learned my lesson and fed him steak. That's right. He don't like those carrots. He's not a veggie dragon. He's a carnivore, clearly. All right. Let's get into it. We've got 20 minutes on the clock. Do we need a break? Anybody need a break? I'm not hearing anyone. Although I know there's a lag. I haven't actually played any games or anything. You do need a break. Okay, so let's go ahead and take a 5-minute break. I could probably use topping off my tea anyway. And I'd like a little, I don't know, maybe a sweet snack. Oh, you want to do the rock station this time. Okay, hang on. Let me close up my pretzels. And the cat has been whining again. So let me set up the rock. It is rock and alternative, and we will play that also during the break so we can hear it. Okay, and Jay needs to get some tea as well. So let's do the thing. So I will put 5 minutes on the red timer, and we will be right back. Okay? Be right back. All right. We still got about 20 seconds left on the break. So the only thing about that is that this playlist, they seem to have words. And that's a thing I don't generally like to have happening. So I've got another list that there's the royalty free bangers. I thought maybe we could try that one. Whoop, there's the timer, y'all. Flurry. Hello, friend. Come in. Come in. Yes, we are in the midst of the long stream. So we've still got about an hour and a half left. It's actually gone by faster than I was expecting. We've literally done nothing but do sprints and chat in between. That's literally what we've done. We haven't done anything else. We haven't played any games. We haven't done anything, although we do have a cute little dragon now. You see the little dragon? So, let's see. All right, I just want to see, Ariel, I want to see if the bangers is stuff that doesn't have words. I'm hoping. So I'm going to switch it over there. And then we will see what happens. How about that? How about that? All right. So Valerie, what are you working on today? What are you working on today? It's been awesome having people like pop in, pop out, pop in, pop out. That's been super fun. Super, super fun. And look, Valerie, we have a new little pet. Let me show you. Let me show you our new little spirit companion. Look at that one. Look at that one. How cute. How cute is he? Oops. All right. Anyway, okay. So I just thought I'd, share that with you. Okay. Ariel says, got to finish listicle and write some panel questions for Flights of Foundry and then maybe work on a novel. That sounds awesome. Awesome. I know, Eldridge Frog. So many people were saying that. It's hilarious. It's funny how we're all on the same wavelength. Izzy is trying to find an in-network eye doctor now. Fingers crossed, my friends. Fingers crossed. And thank you, Ariel, for being on board for trying the other playlist. So, Valerie, we're doing a couple things a little different. We've got Spotify as the music, and so, I'm still working that out. All right, but we're going to go ahead and do another 20-minute sprint. So let's get into it, y'all. 20 minutes starts now.
Music and cheering. I should have reverb. And check the math. You won't believe how much you can save. Woo! No more coffee for me.
Pre-order at T-Mobile.com and get iPhone 17 Pro on us. Now with eligible trade-in in any condition.
Check the math to see how much you could save versus the other big guys at T-Mobile.com/switch.
And smash and crush 16 M&Ms. Add the rest, smiling and unsuspecting, and fold into the batter until they are swallowed by the darkness. Then beat the batter. Bake at 375 degrees until the M&Ms. Ooh.
This sounds delicious.
M&Ms and Halloween. It's more fun together.
There are tacos, and then there's Zaxby's chicken finger tacos. So what makes a Zaxby's chicken finger taco a Zaxby's chicken finger taco? Well, they took their famous chicken fingers and sauced them up in a soft tortilla shell. And because this is Zaxby's, you can get them in 3 flavors you'll love, like Chipotle Ranch, Avocado Bacon, or their all-new Buffalo Blue. Taco night hits different at Zaxby's. Zaxby's chicken finger tacos. Get some today. Who's got the sauce? Zaxby's.
beats pounding, screen starts glowing, he drops in hot, no signs of slowing.
Great Basin Federal Credit Union thanks you, Northern Nevada, for 75 years of trust and community. North Valley's branch.
Hang on. There we go. Okay. Sorry about that, y'all. That one snuck up on me a little bit. I was not ready. Okay, I'm just getting distracted all the way around. So I'm dealing with emails. Okay. Okay, that's done. All right. Yeah, I don't know. And dealing with the music, and hopefully that worked for you, Ariel. I'm sorry it took so long to get it going, but I am going to. Is that this one? Let me see if that was this one. Is that this one? Oh no, that was the hard rock one. I don't know where that one went. Hang on. I lost. Dang it. I really want to look at this. I hate Spotify, y'all. I fucking hate it. There's a reason I've had an account for like 10 years and have hardly ever used it. It's because it is not, it's cluttered. It is not in any way intuitive. And I lost that fucking, oh well, I'll just have to go back and find it again. Hang on, is that it? No, that's the album. Anyway, okay, I'm not gonna look at it anymore. It's annoying me. Okay. Yeah, and then I lost the playlist because when it's playing, it just has the song it's playing. It doesn't then go back to the playlist, but the main middle screen where the playlist was, if I do any kind of search and go anywhere else, that playlist is now inaccessible to me unless I've already followed it. But I don't want to follow it, like I don't want to add it to my stuff if it's not stuff I want. So now I have to go back and find it again. I hate Spotify. All right. Anyway, Izzy said, I'm trying out the Focus app, and Cricket has now made enough socks to buy a plant. I love that. I love it. Oh, Rose. Rose has arrived. Rose has arrived with bits for the front row. So yes, that's awesome. We have 2 unicorns and a cat. 2 unicorns and a cat. How'd everybody do that round? Again, I was doing emails. I haven't gotten to the second form I need to fill out. I'm going to do that now. Y'all, everything's exhausting. Everything's exhausting. How'd everybody else do, though? Did y'all do good? Did y'all do good? I hope so. All right. There she is. Hello, Rose. Welcome in. How are you today? How are you? What'd you guys do? I know Kofu was originally off, and so you made plans, and then he wasn't off, and so you cancel your plans, and then he was off again, so you reinstated your plans. What were the plans? What were the plans? Anita, editing was accomplished. Whittling down the filler words. Awesome. Awesome, awesome. Jay got words in. Yes, I love that. Good job. Good job. Okay. Who else is still out there? Y'all check in, check in. Sean, are you still with me, or are you just like being lurky lurk lurk? There's someone in the chat called Chai Latte Nebula. And even if you never speak, I am super happy to have read your name in my chat. That makes me happy. Yeah, Valerie, how you doing? Rose says, just brunch plans at a newish place in town, but we had to run some errands too. So how was brunch? Was it good? Was it worth it? Was it yummy? So we've actually been pretty much doing sprints the whole time with lots and lots of chatting in between. And me being very, very frustrated with Spotify because it's awful. So, yeah. Rose says, it was yummy. I can post the pics in the Discord. Please do. Please do. I love looking at other people's food. I mean, before they eat it. I don't want to, not after they eat it. So yeah, so I'm working on multiverse stuff. I'm actually working on multiverse stuff, which is more than I can say for the rest of the week when I kept trying to work on multiverse stuff and kept not getting to multiverse stuff. So, yeah. So that's kind of what I'm doing. I lost my notion. There it is. So I did fill out the volunteer form. Okay. Multiverse, multiverse, multiverse. Yes, that part right there. Okay. So Rose, you gonna work on stuff with us today? I'm sure you just sat down and are trying to get your stuff. Check out our new little dragon. Look at our dragon right there, right there from me. Little down like there, that like down there. So yes, you can feed it and you can make it battle and you can yes, that's the spirit of Pansy the Plot Dragon. Exactly. Exactly. But you can feed him. He likes steak. He doesn't like carrots. And we can breed him and we can make him fight. I mean, we're basically like God. Although the sound, I still am annoyed that I don't get the sounds that you guys get. I don't, okay, so it's it's the same place where you buy like hydrates and it's in the Plot Bunnies menu. So yeah, it's in the Plot Bunnies menu. So the same place you go to buy music or whatever. There it is. Look, he's eating steak. I still don't get the sound. That is super annoying. I don't know why you guys get the sound and I don't get the sound. Did you get the sound that time? I'm trying to see if there's, yeah. So I get the sound. Yeah, I don't get the sound anymore. So, which I find annoying. I know, it's so cute though, right? Rose says, theoretically, I'm going to work on writing, but I just put together part 2 of the typewriter Lego set I was doing for a little funsy thing for my TikTok IG. So I'll be editing that video first. All right, that sounds fun. That sounds fun. All right, y'all, shall we get back into it? We've got an ad break coming in about 2.5 minutes, just as an FYI. So I'm going to start the timer. Wait, I got to find the timer. Oh, Rose, you got to check out our new little spirit
Rose
friend.
Even
That's
Star
not the right
21
one. I always hit
says,
the wrong
Vanessa
thing.
rocks.
Check out our new little spirit companion. Look at that guy. Look at how cute he is. Okay, there we go. So you have been introduced to all the new folks that we have in the stream. Aw, did it say anything? Did it actually speak? I can't hear any of the sounds. Tell me it spoke. Tell me it said that. I could hear the sounds before, but I couldn't control. It's a toad. It's a toad. We're calling it like Cthulhu toad or something. That's not its name. I forgot its name. Oh, it did speak. Damn it. See, the problem is I'm running it through the application audio capture so that I can, which is a beta thing, so that I can control the sound because it was so loud. But for some reason that blocks me from hearing it, but y'all hear it. And so I've got to figure that out. I've got to figure out how to make that work. So yeah. Oh, yeah, I love that. Okay. But let's get back into get back into the stuff. Let's get into doing the things. We're gonna make them do something different, I think. How about knitting? No, gaming? Oh, gaming. Now they're both there. Look at his little hands, y'all, hitting the little buttons. Oh my god, that's so fucking cute. Okay, sorry. All right, anyway. So yes. So we have our little Pansy the Plot Dragon avatar. And our new little Cthulhu toad. I don't remember what it's called. What's it called, y'all? I forgot. Oh, actually, no, go back. We need the spirit decks. It's called, the Deep Toad. The Deep Toad. Oh, yeah, thank you, Anita. Anita remembered. I didn't. Anita remembered. Ooh, I snoozed the ad, so the ad will start in 5 minutes. But, yeah, Deep Toad. But I like Cthulhu Toad better, y'all. I really do. Okay. Let's get into it. 20 minutes. Off we go. Okay, y'all, sorry. The timer went off. I'm almost missed it. James is back. The kittens insisted on snuggles, of course, and that we share some lunch. That was very nice of them to share their lunch with you. How'd everybody do that round? I did fill out the second form I needed to fill out. I did not get to the email because then I got an email from CL Cannon about the Black Friday big sales thing that she does every year. So I went ahead, since I've been awful at book promotion, I was like, all right, I've got till Black Friday to figure this shit out. So I went ahead and got a spot. So yeah, so that's what I did. Let's see. James says, I know I enjoyed the sushi they shared. And you know, cats don't share their fish very often, so you should really feel loved. All right, Ariel looked at cow videos. All right, I love it. We love that. Valerie is on her third of 9 emails to panelists. Wind it down, y'all. Wind it down. So, yes. Anyway. Let's see. Izzy managed to get another chapter edited. Cricket Bean earned herself a window for her room thanks to my focus. That's amazing. Look at all the good you do. Look at that. I love it. I love it. And Jay got more words. Yes. Yes. Okay. So let's see. I can cross off that. I can cross off that. And that's all I can cross off right now. All right. Shall we do it again or do we need a break? What do y'all think? Let me close this up. Oh wait, 8 emails, not 9. I'm not moderating one of these panels. Look at you. You get to sit back and relax and just be a panelist. I like it. I know. Yay, crossing off stuff. That's part of my love language, man. Crossing shit off my list brings me joy. I actually should cross it off my other list as well. Okay, so I did that one. I had already crossed off one of them from the list. So, yeah, so now I have to work on an email. I need to first ask them what their volunteer needs are. I need to send them these 2 links to fill out. Yeah, so that's the next piece. Jay's break for me because I need to replenish tea. I've still got about half a cup. So run through that real quick, Jay, before we get started again. Yeah, I was halfway through the email and was like, wait a minute. I have less work than I thought I had. So good job. All right, Rose, how you doing? Oh, you know, I haven't checked the multi-stream chat, so somebody could be in YouTube watching on YouTube, and I just have no idea. So I apologize, y'all. Rachel Taylor is back from lunch. It was pan. She knew I was going to ask. It was pan-fried veggies with scrambled eggs, salsa, and fresh avocado, cilantro, and tomatoes on top. That's so California. That is so California. I love it. I would eat that except for the cilantro and the tomatoes. But I would eat the rest. It sounds good. Fancy pants. I like it. So my husband, if you guys were on earlier, you might have seen my husband come give me a kiss because he went down for his nap early. He has had a rough day. He had to work today, and James will commiserate. It's always a mess when you have to work the weekends in IT because it's never anything good. And it wasn't. So, Danielle is now up to 608 words out of 1,200. Need a nap, but here to the end. There you go. My dragon sister. Yes. right? Boo work, exactly. Apparently, they wanted a whole bunch of new firewalls or something, but they only gave everybody like 3 days notice that they wanted it. So everybody's also pissed off. So, Rose just got her Lego video edited and posted. Well, I happen to have Blue Sky open, so maybe I'll go look. Did you do it on Blue Sky or just in Instagram? Because I would like to see it. I mean, did you put it on Blue Sky? Um, do 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 do. I did not see part one. I haven't posted to Blue Sky yet or IG. Getting there. I prefer editing and TikTok. Yeah, I've heard their editing is way easier.
The Marsh Hag just followed. Yay.
Welcome in, Marsh Hag. That is a great name, by the way. That makes my heart happy for real, for real. I did not see part one, Rose. Did you put it on Blue Sky? I'm not on TikTok. I have an account on TikTok, but honestly, I don't do that. James says, "Oh, that's just asinine about firewalls. What a hot mess. Short notice crap like that is how things go terribly wrong." Yes. Oh, part one is on Blue Sky. Okay, I'll go look. I'm not, I got sucked into Threads, and so I don't do Blue Sky as much, but I've been trying to do Blue Sky more, so I'll go back and look. How are you doing, Marsh Hag? Do you have another name you'd like me to use, or should I just keep using Marsh Hag? I do try to remember people's names, especially if they become regulars. So welcome in, welcome in. Glad you could join us. We are on the last hour and a half or so of a 6-hour stream. Oh, actually, not even an hour and a half. I got a half an hour left, y'all. Half an hour left. So yeah, so what I think we'll do is, I don't have, a hydrate. I have no water, but I do have decaffeinated tea. So is that okay, Izzy, if I do the decaf tea instead of water? Because I don't have any water here. But y'all hydrate. Hydrate, hydrate. Okay, Marsh Hag. Marsh Hag is good. I am fine with that. So are you a writer? Yeah, I was looking for productivity writing streams and stumbled on mine. Yay. So I'm Vanessa. I write primarily urban fantasy with horrific elements, but then also horror, a little bit of horror, a little bit of other things under a pen name, if you know what I mean. And I also run the Writers Troop, which is a writerly support and education network here on Twitch, also on Facebook and Discord. So, we got another stretch. Facebook? No. TWT? Okay, that's that. And then Discord. For some reason, my timed messages are not going through. If you're interested in my books, there we go. So yeah, and so we do, I usually stream on Wednesdays and Thursdays in the afternoon, Eastern time, usually starting at noon. Today is a special 6-hour stream that the community threw all of their plot bunnies at in order to raise enough, or actually really in order to appease me enough to to do this stream. So we were supposed to like do shenanigans and things, but we've mostly actually just been working and then chatting a lot in between. We've done a little brainstorming here and there, a lot of talk about food. Thank you, Rose.
Rose Evenstar 21 just redeemed Octomuse.
Octomuse. So, yes, not all the plot bunnies. Still have some for Octomuse. Yeah, so this is the second time I'm doing Octo. So this is one of our channel mascots, Octomuse. We also have goooooo, who's in a long distance relationship with Rose's Claudia. And then we also have Floof. And I don't know where Lila Woo's Octomuse went to. Oh, there it is. It's under my phone. Hang on. It's in the little space, so I have this little phone, and it was like literally sitting right there. So I had to move the whole thing in order to get to it. So this one, this is, let me see, there we go. This is Lilawoo's Octomuse that sits on his head. So Rose redeemed the Octomuse Redeem, which means I wear Octomuse on my head for a sprint. There we go. And I already have my hair up, so I don't have to worry about that. So let me fix the camera so y'all can, I may have to adjust this though, because it's sitting a little far in the back, which means it's eventually going to pull the whole thing out. So, okay. And we have been feeding the dragon, so that's awesome. I need to scroll back up. Oh yeah, I'm going to have to redo this because it was the way the stick was sitting on my head was a little too far back, which means it just kept leaning further back, and it's like, oh, that's just gonna fall right out of my head. So let me try this again. So anyway, the Writers Troupe, we do sprints in a whole bunch of different places at a whole bunch of different times throughout the week. Tomorrow night we will have our usual Zoom discussion from 7 until about 8:30 Eastern time, where we discuss topic or topics that topic, because it's only one topic, that members in the Facebook group have voted on over the course of the week. And then we just have a big discussion about it. So, so feel free if you're interested, if that sounds cool, feel free to join. We do have, like I said, writing sprints and co-working and stuff almost every day of the week at various times. Some are in the evening, some are during the day. So yeah, so that's it. Okay. So, let me see. Izzy says tea is always okay. This is true. So okay, I still got to do the stretch. Jay bought a stretch. It feels good. I always forget to do that. Do y'all forget to do that? I forget to stretch. So I always appreciate Jay and others reminding me to do that. Oh. Okay, Ariel, I can either refund that 500. This will be the last sprint of the stream, and I don't do music through the last sprint of the stream so that I can go find somebody to raid. So, so I can either owe it to you for Wednesday or later, or I can refund it. Let me know what you'd like. Izzy says, have you published any of the, if you know what I mean? I need some more of that. Yes, I have, indeed. I have, hang on, let me find the, hang on. How do I, hang on, I just had it open a second ago when I was searching for links. Let me see if I can find the link to it. There it is. Okay. BK Trenton. There you go, my lovely. Okay, so we got Octomuse. We got the feeding of the thing. I'm just going through. Yes, the tiny guy, the cute little. See, look, we're a pair now. Oh, I gotta turn him around. Look. Okay. Yes. So Lilawoo and I are a pair. Okay. Rose says, I found my teeny octopus from Dragon Con in the laundry room the other day. Ooh, you saved it. Apparently, B-Dub decided to play with Teeny Octo. Well, at least you saved him. James says, I love that we have so many dark fiber arts homies too. So many. I've actually got several dark textile art crochets on the thing over there that Jessica Nettles gave me. So Ariel, I will owe you music next time. Jay says, glad I got my fix from Tea and Absinthe at Dragon Con. Yeah, they got some good stuff. Izzy says, I've started doing 5 to 20-minute stretches daily with my Peloton app and highly recommend. My joints and back really appreciate it. Yeah, actually, every morning when I brush my teeth, I've got one of those electric toothbrushes that does like 30 seconds, does quarters, right? I actually do calf and Achilles heel stretches. Like each 30 seconds, like I'll stretch my right calf, then I'll stretch my left calf, then I'll stretch my right Achilles tendon, and then my left Achilles tendon. I used to actually do the thing where I would get down on the floor and I would do all kinds of stretches, but I don't do that as much anymore. Down with the coffee. I actually had 2 cups of coffee today, which is not normal for me. All right. Yeah, I do both coffee and tea, but I only really like coffee that I like. I don't like coffee by like just as coffee. I like it to be have things in it to offset the coffee flavor, much like alcohol. I don't like alcohol either, and so I put a bunch of stuff in it so it doesn't taste like alcohol, but still does what it needs to do. All right. So we're going to do a slightly longer sprint. We're going to do 25 minutes. Oops, if I can get this thing to work right. There we go. We're going to do 25 minutes so that we'll come right up at about 5 o'clock. I'm going to go and find folks to raid. Before we finish up, I will, go, like usual, I'll go through the events of the coming week. Oh, there's an ad. So those of you who are new will be able to hear kind of stuff that we do. All right. And Marsh Hag, I don't know if you can hear me, but if you can, please feel free to let us know what you're working on. All right, here we go. 25 minutes. Let's do the thing. Y'all, I was just getting ready to look at the clock or at the timer to see, and then it went off all of a sudden. So Rose is already gone, but thank you to Rose for the Octomuse redeem. Welcome in, new friends. Good to have you here. Let me fix my camera now that I don't have an octopus on my head. All right, I'm Vanessa, by the way. Nice to meet you. So let's see how everybody did. Danielle got is at, wait, you're at 653 words. Okay, you've got 653 words out of 1,200 words. You're still past the halfway mark. Good job. Slower than molasses, but getting there. I really had hoped to be done with the rough draft today, but sick kitties and the other day job took over, and that's okay. That's how it works. That's how it works sometimes. It's okay. You're doing great. You're over halfway done with it. So, good job, friend. James crocheted 2 rounds for this hat for the gnome. When you get this done, if we do not see a photo of this gnome with this hat, I am going to be sorely disappointed in you, James McDonald. I'm just telling you that on the front end. All right. Valerie says, all emails sent. Now to the listicle. That is the funniest word. It just feels like it should be a dirty word. It feels like it should be a dirty word, Valerie. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? All right. And Jay got more words. Excellent, as long as you don't throw them away. Pure Path said, if you trip and fall in a hole in the ground, did you just fall on holy ground, or was that just a dirty joke? You sound an awful lot like Derek Kennedy. Clearly, you're a punny person. I love it. The Marsh Hag says 269 words, but I got distracted like 3 times. I mean, same. Like, I do that all the time. So, I have an ad starting in a minute and a half, and no, we're not doing that. Okay, so, let's see. Wait, hang on, scroll back. Danielle says, I want to see pictures of these projects, right? A gnome with a hat. Yes, like a crocheted hat. That's right. Rachel says, back to day job stuff. Sorry. I hate that you have to do that on Saturday. Valerie says, oh, my husband absolutely made fun of the word in probably the way you are thinking. Your husband and I, same wavelength, for sure. Let's see, Bearded Burrito, welcome in. I'd get in on the sprint writing too if this were the middle of the night. Oh, you're a night writer. I used to also be a night writer. And I really feel like I probably still should be, but my schedule is just so weird. Like, I've gotten into the habit of trying to work during the day, especially because I have all these daytime sprints that I do. And so then, by night, I just want to, like, chill and watch TV, or, pop a gummy and play a game or something like that. And so, but I think I'm probably better at writing at night than I am during the day, if I'm being honest with myself. James says, I will post pictures when I get it done. I have the nose done and a chunk of the beard leaves done. I'm just enjoying the description already. Maybe I will see if I can get it done tonight. I cannot wait. You had to do it, huh? Pure Path, you just had to. Ariel says, took a personality test to better understand one of my main characters. And what did you learn, Ariel, about your main character? So yeah, Danielle is also looking forward to your photos, James. Bearded Burrito says, I'm on graveyard shift and it is long and boring out at the airport. Gotcha. But I used to, when I was in college way back in the day, I worked for the security department, and I was one of those people who sits at the desk of the dorm all night in case something goes wrong. So, so I also had that. I got so much shit done. Ariel says, not finished yet. It's a long test. Gotcha. 180 questions. Ooh, that's some dedication, girl. I would not do that. Me personally, only because I'm lazy. I would not. I'd look at that and be like, 180 questions? Nah. I'll figure that shit out on my own. So, but I'm interested to hear what you get out of it. The Marsh Hag says, what's a hack? That's a heck of a personality test. That's exactly right. That's exactly right. So for those of you who are new, I'm Vanessa. I write primarily urban fantasy with horrific elements, and often my short work is not uncommonly horror, but also other things. I write other stuff under a pen name, things you would need to have a pen name for. I run the Writers Troupe, which is where the name of this channel came from, which is a writerly support and education group on Facebook, Twitch, obviously, and Discord. So we have stuff like this. I'm about to go through our events, so you'll be able to hear all the stuff that we do. Pure Path says, if you write at night, are you a night owl or a talented vampire or werewolf? If talented vampire or werewolf, then welcome to Twilight. Okay, that one, you don't get points for that one. That one was not as good as the others. Not as good as the others, my friend. Ariel says, it's the Enneagram test. I'm just trying to see what I can get out of it. Bearded Burrito says, I often joke that I'm getting paid to write, but getting a free chill spot that only asks me to clean and fuel planes. I mean, yes, for sure. For sure. What part of the country are you in? Where, I mean, I don't want to necessarily know exactly where, but, you know, like generally speaking, where in the world are you? Just out of curiosity. Oh, Kentucky. Ooh, sorry. Having lived just south of Kentucky in a small town in Tennessee, sorry. But that's okay. That's okay. We'll make it through. Okay, that is not the right window to read. Yeah, okay. So let me go while y'all are still chatting in the chat. Let me go over the events of the coming week as I know them. Again, this is always subject to change because things happen and people forget to tell me and things like that. This is on our Google Calendar, which if you are part of the Discord or the Facebook group, you can get access to. I don't mind it. People can't drive, but people can't drive anywhere. It is not just Kentucky. Although one of the few speeding tickets I've ever gotten was in Eastern Kentucky, and that pissed me off. Pure Pass says, Chapter 2 of Hunger Games, Ballad of Songbirds and Snakes is so morbid, in my opinion. What makes it morbid? Okay, let me go back to this. Okay, so tonight at 8 o'clock, our very own Autumn, who is right out there in the chat, is going to be hosting Twitch sprints from 8 o'clock to 11 p.m. These are all Eastern time, y'all. So if you're not in Eastern time, then yeah, I was just going to shout you out. Shout out, oops, Ink and Play. Yes, there we go. So that's at 8 o'clock tonight Eastern time, and she goes till about 11. So which means we will have had sprints like almost like from almost 12 hours. We're gonna have like a little amount of time where there's no, you know, a couple hours. So like this is like 8 hours of sprinting today, y'all. Well, more than that, 9 hours. Okay, anyway. All right. So that is tonight at 8 o'clock. Tomorrow at 3 p.m. Autumn will be doing it again from 3 until 5. Then tomorrow evening at 7 p.m., we have our usual weekly Sunday night Zoom chat. If you're in the Facebook group, you can vote on the topic or topics that you would prefer. I will tally them up about 5:30 or so on Sunday late afternoon, and then we will have a topic for our chat. If you haven't voted, please go vote so that we know what we're going to be talking about. So that goes from 7 until about 8:30. Then on Monday at 2 p.m., we have Sprints and Meditation, Mr. Joe Compton, and he streams that onto my YouTube channel, the Go Indie Now Twitch, and the Go Indie Now YouTube channel. So that is from 2 until 4 on Monday. On Tuesday at 7 p.m., we have Writing Sprints with Amelia. She goes from 7 until 9. She does 30-minute writing sprints. Then we'll be right back here on Wednesday at noon, from noon until 3. No brainstorming that evening, though. Dalen let me know that he's not going to be able to do that this week because of work. So the only thing on Wednesday is me, 12 to 3. Then on Thursday at 7 p.m., we have Writing Sprints with Amelia from 7 till 9. Just a note, I'm not going to be here next Thursday. I've got to take my mom for her biopsy that morning. I'm not sure when I'm going to get home. So no Twitch next Thursday for me. But 7 p.m. we have Amelia's
Bearded Burrito 85 just followed. Yay.
Thank you so much for the follow, Bearded Burrito. All right, so where was I? Oh yeah, so okay, don't forget Thursday evening is writing sprints with Amelia. Then on Friday, I host this is our OG co-working, very first co-working we ever did for TWT. So that is Friday at 1 p.m. We go from 1 till about 2:30-ish, a couple 30-minute sprints there. Then Friday evening at 7 p.m., Amelia hosts her writing sprints again. That brings us back around to next Saturday, where we won't be doing this with me because, why? This was a special one-off. But at 11 a.m., our good friend James, who is in the chat, will be hosting our Saturday Discord sprints, and he does those from 11 a.m. until 1. That's right? 11 to 1. Then Saturday night next week, Autumn will be back at 8 p.m. to do the Saturday night sprints. So like I said, lots of things. So yay. Okay. How do you manage a speeding ticket in Eastern Kentucky? There's nothing out there. That's what I thought too. But apparently there were cops there. Yeah, like, it was awful. All right. And we've got a break in we've got an ad in like a minute and a half, so we're gonna have to raid before that. But I want to go through this. Marsh Hag said, "I'm really glad I found your channel. This is super inspirational." Oops, let me scroll back. I love writing sprints. Join the Discord and looking forward to tuning in for more. Yay! Welcome to the fam. Love it. Pure Pass says you have President Snow as a 5 or 6-year-old and his cousin who is 8, and their neighbor cuts off a deceased maid's leg and takes it home to eat because he turned to cannibalism right in front of children. Oh my God. Okay, I agree with you. That is very dark. Hiding in the bushes. Yeah, right? What's out there? Cops. Yes, exactly. Okay, bye, Val. We'll see you later. Okay, let's go ahead and raid before we get caught by this ad. Let me find my raidy raid thing. Okay, as always, thanks, y'all. And I really appreciate you guys being here for my long-ass stream today. Really appreciate it. We are going to pop over to Spicy Fruit Salads channel, which I just freaking love that name. All right, so I'm setting up the raid. We're going to go. Thank you as always. I hope you guys have a great rest of your day, rest of your weekend. And hang on, and we are going to go raid.